Oh, just in time. The lights turned on in the Clink Clink workshop. Wait, sorry, Clink Clink Krumkake workshop. Which by the way, the music isn't playing here, but the music in this general area is like it's earwormed. I woke up and then like this music was playing in my head. I was like, ah, stop it, you dang music company. No, they make good music. The music in Nogcry has been heavily, I think, a part of why I've been just enjoying going around places. Anyways, hello YouTube. The plan today is relatively simple. I forgot to. This was not on purpose. I completely forgot to. Like I said multiple times in the stream, I was like, "We're gonna activate C2 Citlali," with the Dia testing stream, and I did not because I got distracted at the end with doing the like some of the random like teams that people suggested with Dia, and I totally forgot about Citlali. I totally forgot about Citlali. Did I pull Llama? Yeah, I did. There should be a Llama video coming in a couple days, I think. But we'll see what happens. My hope is a couple days. If it takes more than a couple days, oops. That's all I'll say. The Llama video should be coming out soon, DM. Soon. So, anywho's, going into a trance is risky. Do not take. What is that? Well, I was gonna say, what is that drug that is recommended or with supervision? I think that's a lot of like psychedelics. Actually, I think I think everyone recommends you take many drugs with supervision of someone else that is not under the same. That is not under using whatever. I don't know. I don't know what the term is because I don't partake in anything other than socially acceptable drugging like caffeine. And does it have caffeine? What does this drink? I have a canned Arizona iced tea. Which I only bought the canned Arizona iced tea because the flavor I wanted a couple different flavors, and they didn't have the bottle in this flavor. I think this one doesn't have any caffeine as far as I'm aware. No, I don't think so. So, anyways, I don't have a caffeinated drink right now, but I mean, I will give that an Arizona iced tea like can. If you're not familiar with it, does kind of look like a beer can. Because it's got like a weirdly overly detailed design with a random white dude's face on it. even has like in red text LITE on it. Tea has caffeine, but it's not as much as coffee or sodas. Yeah. I don't know, there's a whatever minor amount there might be in tea in general, but anyways, I'm drinking tea from an aluminum can, as is fitting for Citlali. Acceptable chemical modification in my brain is what I mean. I don't partake in the other stuff. No, I don't think it's inherently problematic. I was just mentioning I think there is a responsible way to do it, and one of the ways to do responsible psychedelics, as far as I'm aware, is with someone supervising. And the only reason I know that is because I've like watched like the ayahuasca video from Vsauce forever ago, whatever. But anyways. Is that an eyelash in my eye? Frick. Why? Ah. It feels like an eyelash in my eye. My right eye is like, you know, you blink, and then, no, I think I got it. No. Ah, fuck. I hate that. Question. For anyone who like maintains their eyelashes, statistically this is more likely that, you know, you express yourself as a woman. Does this happen less if you maintain your eyelashes? Like, to be clear, it doesn't happen very often for me. Like random eyelashes in the eye. Does it happen less? Does it happen more? Like, because my thinking is it might happen less because, like, if you maintain your eyelashes, like, make them all straight and nice and whatever, maybe they fall out and go in your eye less. Or does it just happen equally? I assume it's equally. I mean, you probably wouldn't know unless you did a comparative study, I guess. Is there a study? Can we find a study on the frequency, the frequency of eyelashes falling in your eye and like being like with genders? Never thought about that, does it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've thought about it much either. That's what popped in my head. I was like, wait. Is this an advantage to being a woman? It's not. It wouldn't be an advantage to being a woman. It'd be an advantage to making your eyelashes look nicer, if anything. To be clear, but it's a funny thought. I don't know. Male presenting eyelash maintainer curling without mascara from time to time has helped. There we go. And you're also not what I assumed. So, anyways, I just opened my email for some reason by accident, and I just looked at one of my old emails that I never opened. I've been getting a lot of emails that are like scam emails, by the way, like emails trying to pretend that they're like Hoyoverse trying to reach out to sponsor me. Those are easy deletes. And then there's like this one. You've been pretty. This is from Keymailer, which is not surprising. It's just the title of the video. The video game is funny. You've been a pre-approved for Musu girls. Auto Badler. Okay, thanks. Hey, game might be great. I don't know. Anyways, just happen to have long eyelashes. Good. Anyways, sorry, distracted. The eyelash ordeal is gone, I think. Although, I think I touched my glasses. I also just bonked my mic. Wow, I'm really put together today. I'm gonna clean my glasses because I think I touched them a little bit. And now there's gunk on them, and it would bother me visually if I see a fingy. A fingerprint. Why do I speak so weird? I blame Twitch. Okay? You partake in Twitch chat once in your life, and your language usage is forever ruined. It's just you become an irredeemable individual in society as far as how you speak if you dare partake in Twitch chat. And I do it very lightly. Anyways. Why did I say the same word twice? New mail. Oh, it's because I did the daily login thing, yeah. Whoops. Oh, I thought I was gonna fall. I mean, I did, just not very far. that was like a, oh god, panic, I'm falling to my death. No, I just fell about half a foot. Speaking of, there's a thingy down there. What is that? Oh no, that's the event thing. Oh yeah, we can do more of the event today. So yeah, we're activating C2 Citlali today, and then we might do a little bit of the Archon quest, I think. What was the automod thing? Oh yeah, the automod. Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't think it showed. So Etwalk, you might want to resend your message because automod did not let you send it because they typoed. Have you tested Ino plus Sethos? I have tested Ino plus Sethos. I just didn't put it in the video. It's fine. I think Ino plus Sethos is a circumstance where like it's a bloom team, so you notice the lower Hydra application compared to Singcho more. I think I'm gonna do double Nod Fry. I don't know. Like it was decent. I don't know. It's weird. And part of the problem was having to deal with the variance when I tested it of Sethos in general with Hyper Bloom Zethos against like the first and second chamber, like trying to get grouping situations that make sense. But it did what I expected it would, where it enabled me to do more flexible playstyle with charge attacks versus normal attacks. And also, I think part of my problem was I was testing Ino with Zethos at the same with Lauma at the same time. So I was doing like Lauma and Nefa Zethos. Lauma is actually kind of awkward with Zethos in a way I didn't really expect, because her range, like the range on where she does her E, right, is not very high, and Zethos can go from range, and part of the advantage of the charge attack playstyle is going from range. So it's a circumstance, notably Zethos with like Nahida. Like Nahida still has the downside of the you know, what's it called? My brain. So, anyways, I haven't tried Nahida with Ino instead of Xingqiu, but the multi-wave downside, right? But Sethos is also, particularly with his quick charge attack playstyle, which is what you would generally be focusing on if you're doing Ino, like an Ino team, Hyperbloom team, whatever. So, I don't know. This is interesting, but then also I think Ino's lower Hydra application might struggle to actually even keep up Lunar Charge uptime. I'm not sure. Like I think you have to trigger Lunar Charge at least every. I mean, you want to trigger it every few seconds, but I don't know. It is weird, is my point. So I haven't tested the depth of how to utilize Ino with Sethos properly, and I suspect it's one of the cases where I would see value from having Ino C2, particularly if I used Nahida. But anyways, yeah, automod typoed your message, Etwalk. I know and Sethos Lunar Charge are so swag. Sethos is basically a cooler version of Flint's. Yeah, there you go. You heard it from Mies. Mies is the world's premier expert on Ino, or not Ino, on Sethos. I think Mies is gonna make an Ino video though. Because Mies messaged me about a funny title they had. Mies, can I tell them their the title you were considering on YouTube, but then did not because it was too long? Or do you want to tell people yourself in the video? So go ahead. All right, cool. Also, actually, wait. Are you playing Ino? Where I also haven't tried. Notably, I haven't tried Ino Sethos with only like full electro charge Sethos, right? Or full lunar charge, because that's like a thing you can do very easily with Sethos and Nefa as well. And Ino and Nefa there should just be significantly stronger. Well, I shouldn't say well, no, it should just be stronger, guys, because I don't think. Yeah, you're not getting really any. You're not losing anything by having lower Hydra application there, other than like shield breaking potential. And then you're just gaining buffing potential. So, yeah, you did that 63-second clear. Yeah, I believe it. So, anyways, yeah, I really have not tested the full like entourage of the weird things you can do with Sethos and potentially Ino and Sethos together. So, it's definitely a case where it gives more flexibility and adaptability to Sethos in some level. Just how exactly depends on the team and the content you're facing. So, anyways, Mies's funny message to me, which was sent to me after my videos posted. So it was so close to naming Ino video. Ino is good. You guys are just dopamine addicted and don't understand the value of a side grade. Which and me said that would get cut off, and that's why they're not gonna use that for the YouTube title. But it's a great title for the video. So anyways, I think it'll be something a little bit more simple. I told Mies that it should be that they should try to put it in the thumbnail instead, which we'll see. We'll let that be a surprise. Could not get Yale into under 77 seconds. Yeah, I am from the testing I've done with Ino in most circumstances so far. I thought pre-release, I went from, hey, I want this character to have a bad kit because I dislike her design, and then it's like, oh, well, never mind. This character is like a kit that I've been many times in the recent, since Farina came out, really. But more after using Farina in many teams and finding teams of have a Hydra application that doesn't require normal attacks and whatever is good. But also, why is Farina the only real option for this? And Farina's awkwardness with rotation timings, she can do short rotations, but anyways, yada yada yada. Point is, once we saw her kit, I was like, okay, and then it got changed. There was a brief period where she had a better Hydra application, by the way, with her as the only nod cry, but that was as a side effect of they changed the maximum nod cry thing to from 3 to 2, but they didn't change the kit until a week later. So there was a 1 week period in beta where Ina was a meaningfully better character than she even is right now, but that was lost, unfortunately, and now she's just restricted to true utility with nod cry units, and that's fine, I think. And I don't think it's that big a deal. I think it is unfortunate because she could have higher value, right? But I don't know. I maintain anyone that probably thinks Ino is a bad character, probably right now, mind you, just didn't pull an Nefa. They just didn't pull an Nefa. That's all. Because I think getting team building value from Ino right now essentially requires an Effa. You can do Ino Llama, but it's less of a strong combo, I would say, at a baseline. So, anywho's, I've been surprised how well she has performed. But this is like the current Abyss that has Ino and Effa combo is a favorable combo in the current Abyss cycle. We'll see how it goes for the next Abyss cycle and see how much I can make it work in Stygian. I suspect for like fearless difficulty of Stygian, I shouldn't have much of a problem finding uses for her. Hydro good. Hydro good. And again, I think Ino and Effa combo, I think is not gonna be the only. I could be wrong, right? We don't know how things are gonna go, but I find it unlikely that Ino and Effa combo is gonna be the only like, you know, off-fielder support combo that's going to release to enable Ino's kit properly in the year. So I assume other Nefas or other supports will release that will have reason to be paired with Hydra units that are Nod Cry that will enable Ino's kit and, you know, yada yada. So they presumably most players will get some more utility from Ino over time. What that utility looks like, I don't know, because it depends on what those characters' kit looks like. And importantly, I really, really want to see, hopefully, other compelling 4-stars being released that count as Nod-Cry units, right, that enable kits. Like, it'll be interesting to see what Jehoda does, if she's a 4-star, for example. But anywho's, people who think Ino is bad didn't get Emily. True. Anyways, we're getting too distracted a little bit, I think. In the Mies and Saluna echo chamber. Yes, it is definitely partially because of lack of coverage in her role. What am I doing today? We're testing Citlali. I'm not trying. I'm not trying it. I'm not trying to stall. So, how would the testing results change with Candace at a baseline? Oh, like yeah, I think some people ask why I didn't do like the Arlecchino comparison with Candace, and that's fair. The reason is because I thought it'd be funnier. Like I knew that to be clear, I didn't actually think Ina was gonna get like basically better clears than Yelan C6. Like in hindsight, I should have used the C6 Yelan, but I thought it'd be funnier. I thought it'd be funnier if the times were relatively close and Yelan C6 like barely beat Ino. And then Ino beat Yelan C6 in an AoE situation. I was like, oh. Oh. Oopies. Wasn't my intention to slander Yelan that much. Like, to be clear, I theoretically could have had a better timepiece, but like, this is my best ER timepiece on Emblem, and I'm pretty sure I needed the ER. And I don't know, so yeah, like I could have probably gotten a slightly better build, but like that wouldn't have made a difference, right? It doesn't matter. So yeah, I don't know. Like it was a C6 Yelan versus a C0 free 4-star. like normally in the past when I have tested. Anyway, so and the other reason is I expected Yelan to perform better. It's fine. I'm just not used to. I think that part of it was I'm not very used to playing a slightly longer rotation Arlecchino. Like you can see me purposely like attacking a little bit longer because I knew I had to just attack with Arlecchino a couple seconds more than I was normally used to with like 15, 16 rotation Arlecchino teams. You want to do 18-second rotations with Yelan, but I'm pretty sure I was doing more like 20-second rotations and that was bad. So like I could probably optimize my Yelan clears meaningfully more, duh. Especially if I actually use the C6 ability. Because functionally I was using a C5 Yelan by not using this ability. If you don't use this ability, you have a C5 Yelan rather than a C6 Yelan. So, anyways, Candace, when I played it with Lunar, like Electro Charge over Vape, Arlecchino, and Nefa Candace, it works, but I've usually found I have to swap out after a couple vapes and then swap back in, which could make things kind of awkward and a little bit tricksy. There's other weird things that you can do to optimize, like before absorbing Arlecchino's mark, you can do a normal attack to apply Hydro and then absorb her mark kind of thing. That's the kind of thing I have to do. I have to do that on my Polearm only account if I want to get some consistent vapes because of C2 Arlecchino vaporizing. But like with C2 Arlecchino, it's even harder to keep up the Hydro application from just Candace alone. But it is doable. It's just a bit more awkward. I know, and then I know just buffs more on top of that, right? Like I know feels better than Candace at C0 versus the C6 Candace, and buffs more. So like, you know, when the hell did you get R4 Aqua? R2 Aqua? Yeah, it wasn't even an R1 Aqua. It was a freaking R4. R4 Aqua happened because R1 and R2 happened on her original weapon banner, because I mean that same reason R2 happened for the same stupid ass reason that C6 happened fundamentally. Dumbass player, the dumbass early I did not know what I actually liked and wanted out of Genshin at the time, and it was a stupid content decision. Whatever. I learned a lesson from doing that. And then the second two Aquas were not something I really particularly wanted. I'd say one of the most expensive 5-star weapons on my account, acquisition-wise, is Emily's weapon. Emily's weapon ran with Aqua originally when she ran, remember? And I got 2 of them. I got 2 more. I didn't need 2 more. So that's how I went from R2 to R4. It's this stupid-ass weapon. Anyways. Weapon banner's pain. That's all. Yelan Echo is kind of fun. Oh shoot, we should do that. I totally forgot about those. Okay, it's fine. We can get distracted this stream, but I do want to do Citlali's testing. So, I haven't gotten it yet. I forgot about it. Why is Shivers there? Oh my god. Does it, man? I bet you even if I make a video on this team with Dia and dire difficulty, until the end of time, people are gonna be, why is Shivers here? Lordy. Shivers buffs, particularly at C6, but technically without C6 too. Shivers buffs without needing full Electro and Pyro. The Electro Pyro buff is one buff that she gives, and it is a notable buff she gives. But this buff is the Red Shred buff, and that is the only buff in her kit that actually necessitates having a full Pyro Electro team. There you go. That's the long and short. If you want the longer and short, go here. Do I have it open still? I think I do. I should just put this in my friggin'... Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna put it in my description. I'm just gonna put it in my YouTube description, assuming the page will actually work for once. It does. Okay, by the way, I don't understand. Firefox on my new computer has different scaling than my old PC had. Like the text scaling is just effed. Like Firefox is an unusable browser almost now on my new computer, because the scaling just doesn't look proper at all. And it confuses the heck out of me. Like, I cannot fix this setting, and I cannot find why. It's not a setting as far as I can tell. Firefox is just absolutely borked. And like, I don't know. It sucks, because like I genuinely like having a non-Chrome browser that I default to. But like, it's just garbage now. It's just garbage. Just use Opera. That's Chrome! That's Chrome. Every browser other than Firefox is Chrome. They're all Chrome. They're all Chrome. Every one of them. Anyways. Why is Chevreuse in this team? I'm gonna put that in quotations in the YouTube description. Paste. There you go. The link is in the description now. Yeah, if Opera, you know what? If Opera wants to sponsor me, I'll try Opera. If they want to sponsor me, I'll try Opera. I think it's a Windows font issue. Okay, but why does all my other software scale exactly the same? Like, I don't think I'm using different settings or scaling for my font in Windows, but I don't know. What's the issue with Chrome? That everything uses Chrome, and I want to support a browser that does not use Chrome, so that the browser market isn't even more, I don't know, it's already a cesspool, monopolistic. Firefox is hanging on by a goddamn thread. There are 3 browsers that exist in the world: Chrome, Chromium, specifically, technically. Firefox, who nobody uses, and lots of websites just don't work properly on because nobody uses it and nobody designs things to work on Firefox primarily. And then Apple WebKit, I believe, which is Safari, mobile Safari specifically. I don't even know if their Mac version of Safari uses WebKit, if I recall. I assume they do, but like, yeah. Anyways, like, why don't you use Chrome? Because Chrome is cringe, and they've done a lot of really cringe things lately for changing Chrome as part of like, oh hey, we have a monopoly. We don't actually need to compete anymore. We can force people to like do certain things, or force people to change things about how things work, and then it just makes the internet a worse place. Like, I think Chrome's monopoly has actively made using the internet worse in ways that I think, subtle ways that people don't realize is Google's fault. Anyways, think you're bad-mouthing Firefox a lot. It works well. It worked fine on my previous computer. It doesn't work now. That's what I'm telling you. Like, overall, it works fine, but I'm talking like to go and do what I just did, where I had to go and update my YouTube description. I now have to move Firefox to a secondary display, change the window sizing, change the zoom sizing so I can click the edit button and change my description. I didn't have to do that before with the same exact settings in my previous computer. That's borky. That's what I'm saying. And there's weird problems I encounter with Firefox all the time like that. To be clear, I'm still going to continue using Firefox. I will put up with the annoying borkiness of Firefox as the best protest I can for Chrome. But I also have to use Chrome at the same time because I kind of use different browsers to have like different things going on. Like more personal, like having a separate browser for whatever. Anyways, there's utility from having separate browsers for me. But boy, too much yapping. My God, my brain's in a weird state. I actually should not be yapping this much. We're not making good progress, are we? I committed a sin. A sin that I don't recommend committing, but when I got Llama's weapon, I was like, man, I just want to get this leveled up and done with. And so I did a thing that I don't recommend you do. I justified this only by being a content creator. Okay. I wanna emphasize and hey, to give myself some credit, I haven't done any top-ups up for my main account since Veresa banner. Like I am proving myself in my terrible behavior. But this was terrible, okay? I bought the battle pass that was extra $10 because I was like, well, I could actually use the extra 5 fragile resin that it immediately gives you. Plus it gives me 10 levels to give me more resources quicker that I could use right now. And that I can start farming the artifacts more. And I really want to start farming the artifacts. So like that was my excuse. Is like I had too many characters to level, too many resources. I'm now done. Okay? I'm done with Llama. Unless I choose to crown her burst. I'm done with Llama. Aino is not technically done, but she'll be level 70 after the Archon quest. Actually, wait, do I have to farm? No, yeah. I farmed enough that once I do the Archon quest, you get, or the Flynn's story part of the Archon quest or whatever. I think you get 3 more of these, or 6 more of these, sorry. So I'll be able to level 70 her. And that's where she's going to stay for now, although the more I'm finding teams that are really enjoyable with her, the more tempted I am to at least take her to 80, I would say, but we shall see, because technically she does contribute to like the lunar charge reaction damage calculation, not enough as talent damage. So anyways, yes, normally I buy the cheaper battle pass. I paid for the $10 extra one because, hey, reroll feather and 5 extra fragile resin is kind of useful to me right now, and then getting the resources early is also kind of useful to me right now as a content creator. It allowed me to get done with Llama weapon leveling it up. It allowed me to get done with Llama talents. Like those 5 extra resin kind of going a decent bit farther than I would say 5 extra resin normally does for me. And now I can go do this, which is important to me because I would really like to get good artifacts in. Right now I want, I'm sure, good artifacts in the DPS set too, but right now I primarily want good artifacts in the support set. So because I think I'm going to put a Nefa on this pseudo permanently. That's my point. So yeah, we'll activate C2 Citlali shortly. We're gonna go and compare real quick with we'll do like an Arlecchino run through Abyss, and then we'll do a Dia melt run, and that's the two main contexts I think will be fine at showing the increase. It's gonna be a big it should be a big increase. It should be more noticeable for Arlecchino than Dia, but yeah. How long does it take to save for C6 R1? C6 average should be like 500 pulls ish. I think capturing radiance theoretically lowered that a little bit, but C6. Oh yeah, I did another 10 pull in this banner. So I'm at like 42 pity, FYI. We get in there. We gotta at least get to pity at doing desert grinding though. So anyways, it's like 500 pulls plus, you know, that I don't know, add an extra 100 ish on top of that for weapons. So 600 pulls, however long it takes you for 600 pulls. Like if you're free to play and you want to try to get a C6 R1, you don't wish for at minimum like half the year, but chances are longer than that, because I think the average pulls per patch is like 75 or whatever, right? So no, it's more like a full year, right? But yeah. I rebalanced the audio in Genshin a little bit, which is it's now lower than I prefer, but I think it might be a little bit better for the sound effects balance in particular. Let me know if you think it's too quiet, too loud. I res refresh and max every day. This is some light stuff. Oh yeah, I concern myself with light money spending compared to what some people do, like Resh. I have not committed the sin of resin refreshing. I mean, well, I have in like some long time ago. I resin refreshed like once because I was like, God damn it, I need one more talent material or whatever material for leveling a weapon, and I want to record this video with a level 90 weapon kind of thing. Frick you, stupid RNG system for giving weapon drops and whatever. And I spent like 50 primo gems or whatever to do that. But again, content creator things in my mind. Good job. Much better. Saruna Ineffa was criminally loud compared to you. Yeah, I don't understand. Like you got. I have extremely minorly changed my audio settings, but the audio balance I think should be much better. But sometimes those really minor tweaks do matter. This one's a weird one. High roll. So double max roll, high roll. So it's not an Ineffa. This is not a good enough quality piece for me to use on Ineffa, but I'll lock it. Mid-roll, pass on. Characters are you going for Nogcry in your main? The characters I am most interested in right now are Nefer, Durin, Varka, Alice, and Columbina. That's the current list. That would have been much better. I mean, we'll lock that. This would have been much better with crit damage instead of crit, right? I mean, we'll lock it. It's kind of cope, but you know, cope with good 4-piece bonuses might be better than 2-piece bonuses that I have available. So you know, this could be a cope never piece. Try Citlali C2 with Never. I think that'd be fun. I mean, there's no reason not to, right? The only funny thing is, I don't know if... Wait, do you... Actually... Other characters... Oh no, it's just by shielding. Okay, so... So she is just straight up... Like, the res shred for the Hydra unit probably barely matters. But she is just probably straight up one of the best units to pair with Nefer for the last slot, for now. Because she gives EM just by pressing her shield, and her shield lasts a decent amount of time. and then she gives a flat buff. So yeah, no, it is probably just straight up. If you have C2 Citlali, she is probably just straight up the best. That's so stupid. She is probably just straight up the best. So you know what's stupid? If I... So hopefully I can get, you know, an additional copy of Dia from Chronicle Banner, and then level 100 Dia now, and then I can switch my Constellation Selector thing to Nilou, get C2 Nilou. So the best Nefer team for me might be Lauma, Nilou with Kiev, Kajna Suit, but I don't know how much bloom she actually generates. It might actually be not enough blooms. But the thinking of is Nilou on Kiev, Kajna Suit. Or maybe Farina on Kiev, Kajna Suit. That would be funny. But anyways, Nilou on Kiev, Kajna Suit with C2 Nilou with, you know, Red Shred, and then Key buff, and then hopefully she generates enough blooms from off field. And then this stupid Constellation with compounding with C1, giving a flat buff to Nefer. Like, but anyways, without counting Nilou, like just like using Ino, right? Use Ino, Lauma. Citlali gives defense. Citlali C2 gives defensive utility, and you know the buff, the 250 EM buff. But even without the 250 EM buff, honestly, just having Citlali C1 alone is probably enough. Her weapon's kind of garbage though. So what do you put on her? Oh, you just sack frags probably. You don't need it. Well, actually, do you sack frags? Freaking energy isn't even that valuable. I think you just sack frags because it's an EM stat stick, but for C1. But then just use her signature because it's EM stat stick, I guess. Even if the damage bonus does almost nothing. Like, technically, Even's arm might be theoretically better, I guess. Because some of Nefer's damage scales on attack, but also LOL. Yeah, C1 does refresh the stacks, that's true. Actually, yeah, it's sack frags. It's sack frags because you can refresh the stacks. And Nefer can be, as far as I understand, Nefer, I don't think you want to swap out until after you, like, do, I think, 3 charge attacks. But, like, you do E 3 charge attacks on Nefer, and then swap back to Citlali, do a skill again, and swap back to Nefer. Yeah, that's true. Anyways, and then when Rhyme Grass ever becomes real, there's the further synergy, imagine. Anyways, yeah, so unironically, I think Citlali, honestly, even at C0 maybe is not that bad. Why? Because you can put her on support set. and she's a high uptime shield, right? And that's something people are going to appreciate, I imagine. But the C0 is probably a very whatever synergy. I would strongly consider using Diona C6 over Citlali at C0. But as soon as you get C1, maybe. So, I don't know. Anyways, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, it's worth mentioning, like, I do strongly feel that Citlali C2 is, like, maybe one of the... Because there are many instances of constellations in Genshin that I would say people overvalue. Like there's strong constellations that people overvalue. My go-to would be, you were so close to really good. I mean, I'll level it. Like, don't get me wrong, but like you were so close. You were so close to really good. What was I saying? Oh, like of constellations in the game, like my go-to, of course, would be Farina C2. Not that it's not strong; it can be really good. It just really depends on the context, and you have to understand the exact functioning of a lot of layers of like how damage contribution happens in Genshin in general, but also related to how Farina's kit works that most people just don't actually understand to a level to properly be able to interpret the value of this in any given team context, I would say. It's a good constellation, don't get me wrong, but I think I maintain my perspective that for the average player, it's just not really worth the cost of acquiring. And for the average player, C1 is better. But also C1, I'd say with how much they're going in the like Natlan units, they released a whole bunch of Natlan units that are not crazily reliant on Farina, but can gain value from having Farina for team options. Obviously, Skirk really likes Farina, but you know, like Farina's still a really strong character. But then now with Non-Cry, they seem to be going in a very anti-damage bonus direction, which again implies to me they're going to release another a premium 5-star supportive unit in the form of presumably Columbina. So that reduces the functional value going for C1 anyways, but if anyone's considering that, because she's probably going to rerun soon. Yada yada. Yappity yap. Point being, Trina's good, constellations are good, but Citlali C2, it's one of these constellations that the community has a perception of being very good, and I would say it just is really, really good, basically always. not technically always, because you could pair Citlali with, you know, units where the Hydro Res Shred, the Hydro and Pyro Res Shred is not doing anything. If you don't pair with, you know, a team that's doing meaningful Pyro Hydro damage, that's not doing anything. But the 250 EM is always technically doing something, as long as you're doing like crit based DPS, because 250 EM is increasing your C1 value at minimum. If you have C2, you also have C1. And so there's like that weird layer of nuance. Like Citlali C2 is not always super impactful, but for basically any of the situations where Citlali makes sense, it's impactful. And then this Never example is another one of like, oh, okay, I guess. Oh yeah, by the way, she only gets 125 EM. Other units get 250, but I was like, oh yeah, that's funny. Citlali is one of the best buffers for Nefer because of how few the options are for, especially defensive utility, combined with, you know, buffs that can buff Nefer. There's just not that many options for her. So it's like, oh, that's just weird. It almost that C2 Citlali might be one of the best buffers for Nefer, at least for now. I don't know. But if Columbina just isn't, I'd be so damn surprised at this point. I'd be so surprised if Columbina is not. Why is there an exclamation point here? Oh, interesting. Okay, go turn that in. Why not? Like, you gotta, I don't know. Like, I played Genshin long enough for like seeing their design trends. Like, there's so many layers of things pointing to Columbina not being just a DPS. She might have DPS in her kit. I suspect she will do damage at minimum because they like to give you a reason to spend a bunch of resin for grinding for a character, right? Will C2 Nilou replace Lauma? No. I mean, it's an interesting question to ask, to be clear. But you also got to remember that C2 Nilou. Actually, wait. Oh, I just remembered that suggestion I had earlier of Nilou C2 with Citlali C2 doesn't make sense because of what I just said. I totally forgot. The Red Shred from this, you can do full Hydro Dendro teams with Nefer, right? So you can get this buff to work, but not with Citlali or other, like, down a C6 or anything, right? So I don't know. Is Nilou C2 one of the better options as an alternative for Lauma with Nefer? Potentially, yeah, because you get Red Shred that you otherwise wouldn't have had if you didn't get Nefer. And then you can do, you know, Nilou. Oh, it'd probably be Lauma. Sorry, not Lauma. I know Nilou C2 with Nahida still, probably, I guess. Still a Nahida prototype Amber route. It probably would be pretty decent, but is that the best alternative? Is Nilou C2 the best alternative to Lauma? I don't know. That's a harder question to answer. If you have Nilou C2 with Key of Casual Suit, I don't know. If you're in a similar situation to me, where like you could choose Nilou C2 from the Constellation Selector thing, it's a thing to consider. I'd say maybe, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough to like make up for all the things that Lauma does for Nefer. Like, you gotta remember, so here's the list of things that Lauma does for Nefer. You get 25% Res Shred, right? Okay. You get a flat damage buff based on Lauma's EM, and it's really easy to stack a whack ton of EM on this character from her buff. So this is a Shenhe buff for Nefer, right? For the Lunar Bloom talent damage increase. And then you have her passive, her Ascending Gleam passive. She gives 40 CV to Nefer also. And is that it? I think that is it. But like the conjunction. Oh yeah, and then you probably put Deepwood on her, in my opinion, most of the time. But you don't have to. You can put someone else in Deepwood like Nahida. That would be it depends. If Nahida's on the team, you probably put Nahida on Deepwood, and then you can put a better build on Nefer to either get more EM on her, or more damage from her. But no, you don't care about more damage on Llama in Nefer teams because you're not holding on her. So, anyways, Llama cons, yeah, it was accidental. It was a double early pull. So, yeah, in my case, because I have C1 Llama, I'm not gonna really need to care about defensive utility for Nefer Llama as much. But I don't know. Nilou C2 giving Red Shred is a good thing. But I also think locking yourself to having to do full Dendro Hydro is a little awkward, for sure. So, anyways, why did I go to the ley line? Didn't mean to go to the ley line. I will go to the chest over here, though. Getting distracted with the exploration. Sorry. But such is life. Getting distracted. Oops. I don't know how I did activate charge attack by accident. Brett. Let's fight, please. There we go. Why? Is this really a trigger for a quest? Oh, no? Okay. Just more enemies. Hello, friend. I mean, the gate opening up and them attacking me kind of feels like we are invading them, which feels a little disrespectful of us. Oh, there's a chest. It's a precious chest. Wow. Alright. Immediately a Ringle-Dingle. I think that is the first... It's not a Ringle-Dingle, but I'm going to call it a Ringle-Dingle. I think that is the first precious chest I've opened in this area. Nice. I will take that. They invaded the area first, to be fair. Yeah, that is true. So, anyways, let's get on to testing C2 Citlali. Is Nefer just a better Nilou? No. Again, you are not locked to... I mean, some people are going to consider her a better Nilou. But Nilou is also not a DPS in the first place. She's a main... Nefer's a main DPS. Nefer, I think... Okay, I'm sorry. This is going to hurt some people. Well, we did get her ICD information today, and her ICD seems to be shit. So, this might not be the case, but it also still might actually be the case. Like, Nefer might be a better Alhaitham. Right? I would kind of compare her gameplay... Well, Alhaitham wants to do, like, you know, normal attacks and whatever, right? But, like, the gameplay feel is probably going to be a little different. But, I don't know. Nilou is this weird unit that is, like, not a main DPS, but then completely warps the team functioning that you could say she kind of is, I guess, a little bit. Like, the damage from the team is coming heavily from how Nilou's kit works. But, like, I don't know. You get the point as far as, like, you don't use Nilou and Nefer in the same way. Anyways, bye, please. Thank you. Yoink. So, but compared to Alhaitham, I think Nefer is just probably a better Alhaitham, and I think it's very. It seems to be we're going to have like quick bloom Nefer teams that outperform Alhaitham. Like I saw, assuming the TGS calc was relatively accurate. Oh yeah, we got artifacts, didn't we? Let's go here quick, and then we'll level those artifacts. Assuming the TGS calcs were accurate, Nefer without two non-cry units, so Nefer without Llama or Aino being paired with her. So this would be Nefer with like an Alhaitham team format is probably going to perform better than Alhaitham. So, gonna play a Hollow Knight Silksong? Probably not, because I got plans with my friends in a few hours. Why did I click on that? Go here. But I would like to raise Aino more than 60. Yeah, that's the plan. I don't know how far I'm gonna take her. My intention is to get C2, and we'll see how C2 changes her utility a lot. If it changes her utility a lot in any given team, but I haven't really touched on the full. I haven't crazily tested Aino. I've just tested Aino enough in the teams that I thought she was going to be good in, and then she was better than I expected in overall feel and utility. And I have tested some teams that weren't just in the video, mind you, but she's a Hydra unit, so I have not touched on anywhere near like the full breadth of the kinds of teams she can be utilized in. And we'll be messing with that a little bit over until like she comes on banner. But my intention is try to get C1 and C2. And I think C1 and C2 will give her even more staying power from me. But like realistically, do I think Columbina is going to replace Ino in this team if I want to have the highest damage potential Dia team? Probably, right? Like right now, Ino is obviously not better than Farina in this team, but she's also more than usable enough for me for Abyss context, particularly with my investment now in Dia. But anyways, where was that artifact? That was what artifacts do we get? Oh, we got a key. I just noticed that. Nice, cool. Take that. Where be? Ah, yes, that piece. I don't really have anything super compelling. The most compelling piece I got in these sets so far was this. And this was from the treasure room. And it rolled poopy. So it's being kept, but like not as a priority. And I have coat pieces. Oh yeah, I got this. Which this could be an onset goblet for a Nepha, which is significant. But it's also definitely not like... It's not of the quality of goblet that I want, but I have to remember that... Actually, in particular... I have to remember that for using a Nepha on this set, like it's pretty cope as far as crit value goes compared to my current one. But I would like to do triple attack percent again. What is my best attack percent circlet if I use an off-piece attack percent piece? Is it the piece I currently have? It is literally the piece I currently have. Okay. I mean, well, this one's basically the same thing, but technically better as far as damage goes, I guess. Because one EM roll, or maybe that if I don't need the crit rate as much. Or this if I reroll, that's true. But I think I'd want a bias towards... Okay, interesting. I think I'd want a bias towards crit rate substats in an attack circlet. Okay. So yeah, I wanna get away with an attack circlet again. I like full attack on her. I know staying level 60 for a bit, want to level 90 here by the end of the patch, yeah. Arlecchino Llama Virgin team, not yet, but I have Binge. I talked with Binge about it, and he was using Arlecchino, what he calls oven. So that's like Virgin, but with also a cryo unit in the mix. And he says it works quite well. Anyways, this feather could be impactful. Oh, I also got that. I forgot about that one. This one has higher starting rolls, but hey, maybe one of these will roll. Like it has for the level of quality my Nepha build is right now. I have to get some pretty high crit value pieces, I think, for me to be happy. Not that it has to be high crit value in general to be a good artifact. That's the 4-line piece. Do I want to for sure throw that away? I don't know. Just take it to level 8 first. See what the first upgrade is. Alright. Okay. Sure, let's throw away this. Okay. Yeah, obviously we'll take it as 20. Okay. High rolls. I mean, it rolled like really well. But awkwardly, one of the notable things is if I want to get away with using an attack circlet, I do think I need a lot. I need a bias towards crit rate substats rather than crit damage substats. So that makes things a little awkward, being that I now have 2 good pieces to use on her. Neither have ER substats or attack substats. Well, this one obviously doesn't. And they are both low in crit rate. And I don't want to use a crit rate circlet, so that makes things a little tricksy for me. So I'm not complaining about this. It's a good artifact to have. It's not getting thrown away. Just not quite to what I was like kind of hoping for. To like, because like getting like a decent flower feather, whatever, is like what I need to be like, okay, What is my timeline for when I can actually use Arlecchino, Anefa on this set, kind of thing? I'm pretty sure this is the best off-piece goblet if I continue with an off-piece goblet still. Yeah, this is almost surely my best off-piece goblet. Okay. There's a very good chance I will craft an attack timepiece with an elixir. How far am I away from an elixir? It's like I wouldn't actually have much qualms with crafting an elixir right now, or crafting a timepiece right now. Wait, no, I don't need to. I'll get some from the frickin' rewards. Does anyone know how long it takes to unlock the things for this? Because I know this is where the sigil turn is, but you have to do the quest first, right? Anyway, sorry, we should go test Citlali. I have not meant to stall this much. Yeah, I have 276 of these. Takes like 10 minutes? Oh, okay. Frick. It's so tempting. Because like getting a good timepiece would really set a better timeline for when I can actually expect being able to get Anefa on the set, right? Like I'd just be a decent flower away. Okay. Man. Yoli low roll artifact. Okay, well. Frick. I mean, I did ask for more crit rate rolls, but like that's a... Why do you have to spit in my face at the end? God damn it. Okay. Two good but weird artifacts of the opposite balance from each other. And this one with significantly lower roll values. Weird. Okay. Doesn't really help, to be honest. It would have helped if it was a flower. I don't know. Need 90% exploration for the elixir. Okay. What do you mean? Like 90% in one area? So I have like 89% here and 62% here. Like isn't the elixir sigil based? Is the elixir not sigil based? I think I can get over 90%. Does it actually have... It has a percentage requirement? Sigil and exploration? Well, I can get... Okay. How many sigils is it? Because we can get 100%. Or not 100%. We can get over 90%, I believe, as with just unlocking the shrine here. 150. Okay. Alright, well, frick it. Frick it, we're doing it. Someone said it only takes 10 minutes. Sorry, I didn't mean to do stall content, but... We're doing stall content, I guess. This is... Before I activate C2 Citlali. We have time, it's fine. Alright. Yoink. And... Right. Yep, 94%. That's 5% on its own. Let's go. Okay. Anefa E of Dia is on her second this team? No, ideally not. I mean, I do in Overworld a lot because you don't have... Like, enemies die quick enough. You don't get as much burst uptime, whatever, by doing a complete rotation kind of thing. Typical Overworld situation. And that'll also happen like at the beginning of Abyss Chamber sometimes. So sometimes you just sacrifice. You do Anefa E because you need to keep skill uptime. Or Brigetta uptime. And you just sacrifice a little bit of Dia damage in that case, because, yeah. Okay, so we go here, I think. Wait, we just... Whatever, didn't really need to teleport, I guess. Oh yeah, I guess I did. You do get friggin'. Well, I don't really care. Well, you do get name cards for committing sins of wasting money on the extra stupid battle pass. But yeah, anyways, I think I want to craft a timepiece because timepieces are cringe enough that, you know, like it might roll poorly because elixirs go poorly half the time anyways. But just having a timepiece is an option, and particularly if it rolls well, it's like, okay, that sets me on a path towards being like, okay, now I can feasibly know if it makes sense to switch my NFA over to 4-piece of like, right, because I have this onset goblet, which is not great, but it's maybe good enough that with a decent timepiece and one of these feathers, and then like getting a decent flower, like of similar quality to these, and then an off-piece circlet is maybe all I need, right, to be able to consider moving over to the new set. And maybe being better, or maybe it's not better, because maybe it just won't have the investment threshold required to compete with my Gilded Dreams build, but it'll be worth seeing if it is. So anyways, just the awkward experience of having a really invested account. How do I start the thing? I know you have to do a quest for it, right? Oh, what? Oh, I thought I finished this quest. The Chromekake workshop and ask about the required. Okay. I thought I finished the career changing quest. Apparently not. Focus mode? Oh yeah, I guess I could focus mode, that's true. I think it might free me as soon as I finish this little bit of dialogue. Yeah, I know this is not the reputation quest. This is the other quest. I just figured I might be able to progress this quest and go out of this area and then do the other quest. But I should just do focus mode. I forgot about that. The reason I thought I completed all of this, the career change quest. From the one dude that's on top of the mountain. I didn't realize it continued. Oopsies. 30 per level, 5 levels just to exploration casually, and after completing all 3 have 150 sigils left over. Yeah, I believe that. I haven't touched the new area, and I haven't touched the new area. I'm at almost 300 sigils with just the 100%ing, or near 100%ing the one Hisi Island, or not Hisi Island. Hisi Island is the, no, whatever. The one with, where we are on. And I'm at like 60% on Hisi Island, so like, presumably, yeah, it's very easy to get way more sigils than you need right now. Okay, yeah, let's try focus mode. Okay. Alright, there we go. Problem sorting robot. Let's go. Hello.
Nothing's going right lately.
Can I be complaining about the compass being better? Wait, people are complaining about the compass being good?
There, I know. If nothing is going right, then nothing is the problem. And if nothing is the problem, everything is going to be alright.
You really think so? You know enough of you.
Why, by the way, we got like no dialogue. We got like no dialogue about, because didn't Anefa become, well, I mean, Anefa was simultaneously the same and, I don't know, not the same with the events of the previous quest in Atlanta, whatever. I don't know. Anyways, there was no dialogue about that. Just implied things like this. Wow, you've gotten better at comforting people. Anyways, whatever.
Say, but thank you.
The Anefa I know interactions are enjoyable, to be clear. I'm not complaining about it. I'm just saying we haven't really gotten any like direct things, and that's fine. It's just implied things. Where I was like, wow, Anefa, you're different now.
I'm gonna give each one a hit on the head with my
Major plot point later, maybe, yeah.
See for myself which one is going
I think it's interesting that a robot, you know, got not vision powers, whatever, Kubaki elemental things. Like, I don't know. They presented it the same as they present visions, right? Being bestowed in the story before, but then they're not visions. So like, anyways, whatever. Yeah, Nefa's VA is great. I also like Aina's VA. She did a good job.
It feels like it's been ages since I last
Has it?
saw you.
I talked to you yesterday in the quest, so that's a lie. But anyways,
Maybe not. I don't know. It's all but anyway. Seeing you makes me.
I know. It appears my analysis was correct.
Huh?
You were getting upset over nothing,
Mhm.
but now that the Traveler and Paimon are here, your mood has improved.
they did not. Maybe they did that to not spoil the previous quest. Yeah, probably.
Conclusion. Everything is going to
That
be
is
okay.
that is true. Everything will be all right. What are we helping with?
Better, I know. Oh, it's nothing major. People keep getting into fights around here, and last night.
Are people robots or people? I think they're people. Okay.
All the clinking and clanking makes it hard to sleep.
Just have the robots just enact America policy. Have your robots shoot them for trespassing. You think I'm joking? There's people in America that will just do that.
Do not be alarmed. It's a group of treasure
Okay.
hoarders on the run.
Treasure hoarders? Dipping into the... sorry. Again, not the point. What matters is, disturbing people in the middle of the night is unacceptable.
To be clear, most people wouldn't do that. Even the gun happy people. Most of them.
Yeah, before Nefa came back, all I could do was hide.
But a lot of them, but I do know, like, there are definitely stories, and I think a lot of them will like fire warning shots into the air, which is just not a thing you should do gun safety wise. But anyways,
I already cleared them out last night. You will not be bothered again, I know.
modern AI voices these days sound way more human. Yeah,
You're the best, Nefa. Wow. So
it's like it doesn't like Tevat may or may not have the capability to make Aino sound more human than she does, but she sounds like a robot anyways. And that's a good thing. I think it's good to, if you're a robot, it's good to speak in a way that communicates that you are a robot. Like we should, I think, like I've seen some people like say they really like dislike the voice of some of the like big AI assistants and whatever, and they're all garbage in their own ways, mind you. But like, because they're yeah. But like, I think Gemini, the Google's in particular, I believe like the default voice of Gemini, people like make fun of for being like so cold and not human, and I'm just like, bruh, Gemini feels like it's at least honest about trying to be a tool for humans, rather than being this weird, odd facsimile of mimicking us, right? Like, but then everyone hates Gemini. But then everyone shits on Gemini. But then everyone says, oh no, AI is going to take over. Except you guys, you're the one using these products. If you want the AI not to take over, maybe you should use the AI as a tool and use the one that actually has a tool and knows its place. Yeah, exactly. Rather than the one, like, I don't know. Like, I kind of appreciate that Google is taking a little bit of a different approach in like making their AI kind of more robotic. It's like communicating itself as, no, I am a thing to be utilized, not trying to be a human. I don't know. That's my vibe, personally. I don't really use any of them, though. Because they're all kind of shit in the same ways. But, yeah. Anyway, sorry, distracted. I need to finish this. I just want to get my stupid timepiece, but I also don't hate the story content of Aino and Nefa together. I actually enjoyed their interactions, so, you know. Anyways, I just feel like if AI takes over, right? If a Nefa takes over, it's not the AI's fault, it's our fault, right? It's our fault because we are the ones that are like, oh no, the AI is going to take over. And then we use the AIs that are designed to take over anyways. Like, come on. Which has always been the whole true core of the why the AI is taking over plot line is a compelling trope or whatever. It's because we caused that. Anyways.
My bots don't reason.
My bots don't break
You
down
know
for no
what I
reason.
think?
Yes,
It
they're
was
somehow perfect.
sabotage.
I think, by the way, I will, if I'm gonna nitpick, I know, as far as her characterization, it's mostly my nitpick of like, oh, she's a genius engineer or whatever, making robots out of scrap. I made the suit in a cave type of character. And it's like, oh, that's fine. Except it's not done very well. Like this line of my bots don't break down for no reason. No f***ing engineer ever that has ever existed would say my things don't break down for no reason. They'd be like, I have no f***ing clue why it broke down. Let me spend the next 3 weeks trying to figure it out. Like, nonsense line. That is not a line that makes sense at all for a character that's supposed to be like a making robots out of scraps character. So, anyways, the good part about Aino is Aino and NF's interactions together, because that's enjoyable. The characterization of Aino being a genius who makes robots out of nothing, it's kind of garbage. Just saying. Anyways, sorry. I can always find something to complain about, but I don't think she's. I don't think they've done like an engineering type character well here. How old is she? Frick if I know. I don't know. Obviously, they ain't gonna tell us in the game. She has the stupid chibi model, and that I dislike, and you know, it's always awkward. It's always in that awkward territory of like, LOL. Diona's a barkeeper. She's over 18. Lol. Yeah, she's 100 years old. So, I get the implication that she is childish in the story, but not technically a child. But I don't care. I don't give a shit. I really don't.
Yeah, but first, I need to figure out which bot
Yeah, she's 4 months old exactly. She very much is a kid.
How are you going to do that?
I don't know. She runs like the business. I get the implication that she's been around for a while. Right? I don't know. There's layers in the story of she's implied to not be a like she's not treated in the story as someone who's literally an 8-year-old. And the 8-year-old doesn't create all this shit.
By staring him
So,
down.
like, anyways, how old is she? It doesn't matter because she looks like a child. That's all I don't give a fuck about. So yes, let's end the conversation.
If it doesn't work, I'll just
You shouldn't even be asking yourself that question. That's my opinion.
them one by one.
That's my opinion. Doesn't even fucking matter.
How's that fair?
I think it's perfectly fine to call her characterization or design cute or whatever.
Nothing's wrong.
But,
It'll hurt their feelings.
yeah.
Okay then.
She is certainly middle ground enough that you shouldn't be asking the question.
You three.
This is fiction land. A 5-year-old can create a mecha if she wants.
You'll be dragging your
Can she also simultaneously garner respect from the community that everyone in the story knows who she is? On a level of like when you do the event quest, she's like, "Oh yeah, you know, no, I know what Aino's robots look like. You don't have to tell me. I'm very familiar." Like she's implied to be a character that has garnered meaningful influence. I'm just talking about a story. I don't give a shit about her age, right? But just on a story level, I don't think a 5-year-old garners social respect on the way that she is implied to have. But, you know, yeah, if she's a 7-year-old with an army of robots, I would respect her too. That's true. I'd be scared of that too. I own NASA at 7? Oh, my bad. My bad.
We'll let you off. But you stared them down all right, traveler. Notice anything off? Come on. It's clearly the one on the right. Yep, that's it. What did I say? A little psychological. Come on, help me.
Okay. How deep are you in the Archon quest? I stopped after I got Aino, so the start of this island area. Catch the bad little bot. Where'd it go? No, I thought it ran.
Aino and Emma, we caught him. Do you need to check him out?
Analyzing. Exterior. No anomalies detected.
Huh. Must be the processor then.
Also, another nitpick for someone who is like implied to be working on robots a lot of the time, like creating mechanical things. Again, I know it's just like the design of her is just like, oh look, it's the character with like sleeves that go past her hands. Huh, that's an adorable look or whatever. I get what they're going with, right? But as someone who is implied to be working with robots and creating robots directly with their hands, they wouldn't wear that because it'd be a pain in the ass. Have you go and try to think about all the little mechanical parts you're gonna have to work with your hands and put together? You want your sleeves in the way constantly if you're doing work with your hands? She uses her tail. I guess that's true. They do have that implication. She made the tail. She made the tail just so she could have long sleeves to not use her hands. That might be true. Yeah, but yes, it's not practical. It's not a practical coat for robot creation.
No, those are scrap sorting parts.
She indeed does not make sense as a character. That's the fundamental issue.
Okay, well now I'm getting curious.
But at least the interaction between Anefa and Ino is funny. Okay, anyways, let's get to this. Sorry, too distracted. Ah, don't squish me. Catch the bad little bot. What? Oh, I see.
Finally. What? Huh? You can talk?
I have more of an issue with the coat being white. Oh, that's true. Yeah, it would be stained. True. Like, she's working with a lot of mechanical parts. Inherently, this means, well, we're assuming that mechanical parts in maybe there's no friction into that, right? Maybe there's no friction to that, but assuming there is friction, probably like that wiggly part, you probably need some lubricant at minimum, and that means lubricant is messy. Like, you're just gonna get sticky gunk. It's gonna stick dirt and whatever on your light colored clothes. It's true. These clothes should be filthy. This lady just does not look like a mechanic at all. Yeah, Shallona's a mechanic builder. Shalona is a genius mechanic. Genius. She also can forge. She can be a mechanic and a brilliant engineer that makes guns and motorcycles. Okay. Yeah, so anyways, Mihoyo's really bad at doing the like engineer type characters. They're kind of bad at doing smart characters in general, I think. Yeah, Shalona would solve world peace. Yeah. Anefa's cleaning methods must be something else. Yeah, it's clearly just Anefa. There's a little bit of like oil that gets on Anefa's coat and on Ino's coat, and then Anefa's like, oh, vacuum time. All right, or gotta gotta clean here. Have to use this spare coat as soon as you get a little bit of dirt. While I go and steam clean. Fortress of what? Wait. Why are they mentioning the fortress? Why the hell is this robot mentoring the Fortress of Merope? Okay.
Not sure what happened, but something is definitely wrong. Well, is the only way to find. Don't come any closer.
Weird.
It's okay.
She's French? Oh, I see.
That doesn't change anything.
Apologies. Traveler in Paimon. Aino prefers to devote her full focus to solving problems. Perhaps it would be best to...
Okay. Well, this is taking longer than 10 minutes because probably of me, but you know. I just wanted an artifact, man. We'll get on to Citlali. I apologize for stalling this much. Whatever. I mostly apologize to the VOD watchers that clicked on this expecting immediate Citlali testing. That was my intention. It was. But to be fair, the Citlali testing shouldn't take that long. This ain't gonna be a. This isn't a. I mean, is there? Could I do testing on the full depth of like I did with Dia or whatever characters in the past? Yes, but I don't think I need to because I've played enough of Citlali in different teams. I'm fine with just testing like 2 obvious melt circumstances where she'll gain value. New record of stalling. It's not on purpose.
Greetings.
Yeah. Actual the actual anniversary is on the 28th. Which I think is why the rewards are not given out until. Is that the second half? Are we even getting any of the login rewards in the first half? Why would I click on the calendar? Does it not? Oh, there, because I didn't have that up. So the banner ends on the 20th. No, the banner ends on the 30th. So we'll get 2 days of login rewards while the first half banner is going.
The bot has the wrong core. It is not the one Ino installed originally.
It has the
It's from a mecha in Fontaine. I see.
Oh, it's no big deal. The problem is, this new core is really? No idea. What I
Yeah,
can tell
I'm
you
assuming
is
you're only gonna get if you're planning around those polls being given out for like trying to get Lama or Nahida or a Chronicle Banner character, whatever. I would expect no more than probably three polls might be optimistic. So
If even I know stumped, it must be really complicated.
The core originates from Fontaine, but little is known about this.
Yeah, but it's not all bad news.
charred.
I managed to extract a useful bit of information from the data I could salvage.
What is charred?
One word. Charred. Charred? I doubt it, but I'm sure it's important. It was stored in the deepest part of the best
Okay.
protected part.
In the event that my core sustained damage, that's where I would move all Ino-related data to keep it intact.
Okay.
Ah, knock on wood, knock on wood. Your core is gonna be just fine, Anefa. Don't jinx yourself like
Has Anefa told Ino that she literally destroyed her core? Hey, Ino, FYI, that core you said is just gonna be fine. I actually destroyed it. It just rebuilt itself from magic powers.
Thus engaging in a hypothetical discussion.
Doesn't matter. You still gotta say it. Say knock on wood.
Knock on wood. Like that?
Yeah. Huh? Anyway, I bet
Okay.
there's other data preserved deep in the core too. And I'm gonna extract it. Man, this core is so mysterious. Bingo! That who replaced the original core with Bingo.
Mm-hmm.
You know what happened the day before it started malfunctioning?
But why would they do that?
The treasure hoarders stole the core from the Fatui and needed a place to hide it. So, they stuffed it in my prospector box and
But-
handed the original core over to the Fatui to smooth things over.
Okay, but they had... whatever. This is just the wishy-washiness of... Again, Mihoyo does not actually do... That doesn't make... Stuffing it, going and hiding the original... The Futui hiding the core? Okay, that makes sense. That's not the problem. But they hid the core by fully installing it, and it just worked? That doesn't make sense. But whatever, on like a technical level at all. Like, what do you mean they stuffed it inside of a box because it made sense as a hiding spot? Sure. Like stuffing it inside a robot because, like, yeah, that makes sense. But putting it inside a robot is not the same as installing it in the robot and the robot just working somehow with it, but whatever.
Makes sense, don't you?
Like, imagine, especially from the implication of, like, all these different ages of technology, and, like, how, like, Anefa's core is from 20 billion years ago. Imagine you found a CPU, right? You lived 2,000 years in the future, and you found an Intel CPU in the dumpster. Ah, yeah, so I'm just going to install this Intel CPU in my 4045. I was trying to come up with a nonsense company name from 2,000 years in the future, but I don't know. You install an ancient CPU in your modern robot, and it's just like, yes, this is acceptable. That's the problem. It's like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all.
In fact, intel from the curatorium appears
Whatever.
to corroborate this
I
hypothesis.
should stop complaining about the terrible. Don't think about any of the details. of people creating things in this fantasy world is not meant to be something you think about. Just accept that it's just the Fatui that stuffed that core in there are just so smart that they reverse engineered the core to just immediately work. They just made it plug and play. The Fatui that was trying to hide that core is actually exactly as smart as I know. That's what it implies. That's what it implies. It's a different world, okay, but they imply that Aino has some... Aino is a genius that knows things other people don't, right? And clearly her ability to create robots is like, that's her genius or whatever, right? She just... Okay, the reason she can be a genius in the world is because the rules work differently, cool. But Aino and the Fatui that stuffed the core in there exist in the same world together. And if the core just works in the robot, it implies that he has the same level of genius as Aino. Yeah, sorry, as a random treasure hoarder even, yeah. And look, maybe random treasure hoarders can have dreams too. They can maybe be robotic engineered geniuses. When they're trying to hide a CPU that they stole. They're trying to hide a CPU in a random robot, and they manage to somehow install it, and it works. Anyways, whatever. Sorry. I just think it's funny to yap about. Okay.
Yeah. If those treasure hoarders really did, let them come. If they're nice, and if they're mean,
if they're nice, I'll give them. Right. Either give them. Wait, she shares her sweets. Oh, nice. All right. We already met the Harbinger. Sandrone? Nico, the one you meet 2 minutes into the quest? Not 2 minutes in, but like, you know. Yes. The fact that I've unlocked this quest actually requires that, I'm pretty sure. I haven't seen anything more of her since then, but I haven't done that much of the quest. I unlocked Aino, and then that also unlocked these quests. And I just want to do my sigil turn because I'll get the thing from it.
What did you just call me? Come on, we have to call you something. What kind
Lombro.
of name is that? Did he...
Charred Lombro.
Use Lombro as a last name.
That is a name and a half. Charred Lombro.
Like it. Then it's you're stuck with it either way. You're the one who does. Don't think it likes the
Maybe Aino's special power is her machines are super user friendly. Maybe, yeah.
Correction. This bot has no capacity to like or...
Huh? Why? Because its core was destroyed 6 ways to Sunday.
Okay.
Like, remember how I found the word charred in the data? Oh, so that's how it works. Anyway, we can figure all that out later. First, why don't you take the reins?
I feel like the vibe that this was a 10-minute quest was not true, by the way. Like, I know I've been getting distracted yapping, but I haven't gone through it that slowly, I feel like. Hide little Charred.
Nice job! You've got some engineering chops, that's for sure. And thanks to you, I'm now the proud owner of the most advanced I expect
Wow.
good work out of you, little...
Maybe a 20-minute quest. I was told 10 minutes. This happens every time I ask, like, how long is it? Someone's like, oh, it's not that long. And I'm like, okay. And then, like, later it's like, oh, no, it's actually double that time. I was off by 100%. I'm not saying you were the one that said that. I don't actually remember who it was. Galame. I'm just like, I should have learned this lesson long ago to just not do quests if I wasn't specifically planning to do them on stream. But, and I've lost, like, 20% of my viewers since doing this. Yeah, how long is the Aranyaka quest? Oh, it's like 4 hours. Speaking of, by the way, I asked how long the Archon quest is, and someone was like 6 hours. And then I've seen people say that it's like more like 9 to 12 hours. So, like, I don't understand what's with people, with how bad they are at saying how long certain quests are. Lost years of gain me. There we go. R&R quest is 10 minutes for sure. It just takes 10 minutes many times. It's true. Character review? Oh, what do you want for a character review? Thank you. I didn't even notice it. They're really easy to miss.
Good luck out there.
What do you want, Yevi?
I hope everything goes all right for
Put your
you.
UID. We can look at it while auto place. It's such a good song for this area, by the way. The song playing right now. Never for Flynn's. Oh, we got it. Oh, sick. Okay, so we were done. Okay, it wasn't that long. All right. I can see why someone would say that's 10 minutes. But no, that's the changing careers quest. We don't do that. All right. So construct. Oh frick! What did I just hit? God damn it! Or maybe that is what I was supposed to hit. I don't know. Oh, this must be like the level up thing. Okay, I see. I got a treasure compass. Cool. I know this like has different tiers. Hey, you don't have to craft it anymore either. Level 3. Wait, is it only level 3 for like this? Oh, interesting. It's level 3 for this area specifically. That's so many more things than I would have expected. Huh. Okay. It just tells me everything. It's crazy. Interactive map is dead and gone. Compass can mark clues related to... yeah. And it marks oculi too. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that's a good change. I feel like it almost unlocks showing you where everything is sooner than it needs to. Like I don't know. I guess I had 90% exploration. It said on the map, so it makes sense. But anyways, or you get sigils for completing quests. Huh? That's a funny structure. Okay. Yeah, rewards. Claim. 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 Oh, I got another key. Nice. And claim, which is what we did this for. Alright. Cool. That means I have enough for the next area too when I do that one. But I have to do 90%, so. Alright. Sorry, we're gonna stall a little bit because someone redeemed. It's an expensive thing. A character review redeem on Twitch, so you know. Not real money, but channel points, whatever. All right. They just want me to look at Anefa quick. Ramp. Hello, Anefa. You should probably level 90 your Anefa, FYI, in case you weren't aware. Your damage for Anefa will go up like by 10%. Mind you, like you said, your Anefa's for Flynn's. And I believe tenacity is best in slot on Anefa for Flynn's. Although to be clear, one thing that I think people are forgetting that you can put Anefa on the new support set and then put Aino on Noblesse, and that is literally equivalent buffing as to having tenacity on Anefa and Aino on the support set, assuming Sucrose is on BV, right? So I think something it's something people are forgetting. That like if you don't want to do tenacity, like a crit tenacity build, your tenacity build is pretty decent, right? It's something like, oh my gosh, insane. But you have a healthy amount of crit rate. You're mostly just missing potentially. You have a healthy amount of ER. Like this you should be with Flynn's energy generation with double electro. This should be more energy than you need, most likely. So if you wanted to switch to pieces that had less ER and more crit, particularly in the Goblet and Feather, if you have them, you probably can get away with that, I suspect. But I'm not 100% certain, and this might be just what you have right now, and because you just like started recently farming tenacity, so it might be a circumstance though, like maybe just put Noblesse on Aino and use new set on Anefa kind of thing. That is an equivalent level of buffing, and you want to burst on Aino anyways, and Aino is trivial to build to burst consistently because you don't need to build her for any damage, unlike Anefa. So it's just a matter of like what's more resin efficient, and the only advantage that the tenacity combo with Aino on the support set has is that tenacity gives you more shielding. That's nice, right? Don't get me wrong, but you know, you get the point. So I don't know. That's I think the only question to ask yourself. Like for me, if I was getting Flynn's, for my main account, I would. If it comes to like min maxing for dire difficulty, maybe I would consider it. But On my main account, I'm leaning towards basically permanently, like I was using her on Tenacity for a while, but probably semi-permanently switching over to the new set on her, just for convenience of team balance and the fact that I think Nefa gains meaningfully decent value from having ER two-piece. Not two-piece, just ER two-piece. Okay, these things, can I get this to go away, actually? Is this just gonna stay on my map now? Until I do it? Oh gosh, okay, well. Does it not go away? Maybe if I unequip it? Yeah, good, okay, cool. So we're gonna do maybe an unsmart thing. Sorry, this is what we were doing this for. The non-purposeful stall content. We're gonna craft attack percent main stat here with double crit, because this could be a pretty big deal for me to be able to actually get to a Nefa on this build sooner rather than later, and I really would like to be able to have I'd like to have a competent build on her in this set, this patch. And I think this is probably the smartest one to do, since I already have an attack percent goblet that's not like incredible, but it's like decent enough, and I could consider re-rolling it. The only problem with re-rolling that goblet is it's 1, not a 4-line goblet, and 2, it started with double minimum roll, so it kind of feels bad to re-roll. And it also technically has no bad rolls right now. Anyway, sorry, I'm not stalling on purpose. I would prefer ER substat, I think, because having more ER is probably going to be nice for flexibility. 4-line would be nice, whatever. Yeah, so let's Sans attack set. Just double checking. That. Okay, it's got 4-line. All the defense. Why do all my Nefa artifacts have defense? That scares me. But 4-line means not a terrible artifact to reroll, right? I have terrible luck with getting 4-line pieces from this, so it giving me a 4-liner is good. I should maybe consider keeping this because this is also a 4-liner, but I have other good double crit EM circlets for like off-piece circlets for like Nefer in the future or whatever, and Nefer doesn't necessarily guaranteed want to use. She usually is probably better on crit, generally, but anyways, I'm comfortable throwing this away. I decided that. Okay. Well, hello, reroll target. Okay, it's fine. It's usable. I'm okay. It redeemed itself with that final roll, but also, you know, a little defense. Imagine if this was ER, I'd be like, oh, sick, perfect piece basically for. Oh well. It's getting marked as a reroll target because it's a 4-liner, but it'll be a strong consideration because all my other reroll targets are like can't get direct value, whereas rerolling that I can gain direct value. So like if we take a peek see though, let's imagine we have, okay, we'll be idealistic. Let's imagine we have this piece but in the new set, right? We'll pretend this is an on-set flower. We'll equip this first because I might need the crit rate, I feel like. Maybe I won't because this had less crit rate, I guess. But this has less crit rate too, so like I kind of feel like I might. I will just leave this on for now. We'll ignore ER context. But yeah, off-piece circlet most likely. Yeah, let's look. As a Copa has amount of crit damage, but Cope amount of crit damage, but my attack is the same. My ER is the same. I would like to be able to get a better build than this for damn sure. And it's also worth mentioning I could, well, actually, not really. I have terrible options for circlets. I would love to get an onset circlet, but we'll see what happens. Okay, I don't know, I'm happy with that. It rolled okay. My overall crit value is kind of cope as hell. It still could end up being better for overall team performance. I could switch to this instead for more crit damage. Which, yeah, that probably is better. I'd rather have a little bit lower crit rate, I think, in this case. I am a little bit like, ugh. It's definitely a build that right now, like, I'm not... This build, so this is on the assumption that I got a really good flower, right? This build with a really good flower is on the level of... I am not unhappy with the overall stat balance for how little resin I have spent in it so far. Right. And remember, this is triple attack percent, not a crit damage circlet. But and it has a very healthy amount of EM, minus 80 EM. I do. So like having the 3 EM subsets. This onset goblet is good as far as damage value goes. It's just a little cope as far as crit value balance goes. And I have no ER substats, which makes things awkward. But if I do end up going with an off-piece circlet, theoretically could reroll this as a target. And I'm gonna get the guaranteed 4-line thing, by the way. This patch, which this one might not make sense to use because the ER rolls could be good. But I could use the guaranteed 4 crit rolls kind of thing. On this piece. Maybe. And then with this and this. Yeah. So I don't know. It's a good enough situation that it's definitely now I am like, okay, I just need a decent flower to consider. Once I get a decent flower, I can actually start at least at minimum testing things, right? I can start testing. Because what I would want to do, like for this team, for example, is have a Nefa on this set, and then put Ino on instructors, and I could even try to min-max Ino instructors by using Makaira, Aquamarine, and whatever. So I'm happy with that. It's not ideal. My re-rollers might be targeted towards using on some of these pieces. This one's a weird one. Like, I don't know. This one's a weird one where this one will be a strong consideration. I don't know. Would it be? I don't know. It's awkward in that like re-rollers either just make something equivalent worse, or if I get lucky, better. So I don't know. I'll have to think. And it's gonna be down, I think, to whether or not, in particular, I want to re-roll this circlet, because I really would like to get a little bit extra ER. Like I'd be super happy if either of these pieces had ER instead of defense percent. They'd be like ideal artifacts for me. I don't need just crit value, but like having them have more than just the crit value, being 30 CV and having ER or whatever would be a big difference maker. But if I can do something like re-roll this and have, you know, all crit rolls, which is very idealistic, obviously, then that gives me a lot more flexibility to have more ER substats in this, so less crit, right, and or in the flower kind of thing. And that's the consideration to reroll this. So anyways, it's a good thing that's a 4-liner. It's not a terrible situation, yada yada, but right now, my full Gilded Dreams build should be better. So we'll switch back to it for now. Actually, I don't know. It actually might not be better, to be clear. Because, again, the overall buff value could be better than sticking too much to one plan. Anyways, what do I have for an EM goblet for Nefer? I didn't even think about that. Maybe I should start thinking about that. Okay, we are... Nope, gotta do... Ah, there we go, okay. Back on Gilded Dreams. Yeah, so you can see, like, compared to the Gilded Dreams build, again, if we assume that I have the same exact flower, which I don't, you know, I was basically losing in crit rate, but I had the same other stats for the most part, which is not bad for, you know, how little resources I'd put in. But again, that's on the assumption that I got a really good flower that I don't have yet. So we're still like probably 10,000 resin away from having that actual build, if we get lucky. So, yep. Sorry, I'm looking at chat again. I was ignoring chat while I was doing that. Okay, let's go actually test Citlali. So, I mean, I kind of hate this middle ground of having artifacts I'm not unhappy with, but also artifacts I'm not happy with. My rerollers really make deciding what to target for builds a lot more messy. Anywho's automod nuke something? Oh, okay. Alright, next abyss cactus free, I think so. But it probably has other shield things, so I don't know. I don't remember what the next abyss looks like. Alright, let's go test. We're gonna do two quick run throughs, so it shouldn't take long. We're gonna do a run through. Which Arlecchino team do we want to do? I guess we'll decide what Arlecchino team. So anyone that saw the previous stream, this is not gonna be that interesting. But we're gonna use the Dia. Should I use an ER timepiece? I might be able to get away without an ER timepiece, but we'll see if it's a problem. I'll leave the attack timepiece on her. Why not? I mean, if I'm using the attack timepiece, I should use the EM timepiece, right? Well, I don't know. I don't know if I've tested this team with the attack timepiece yet. Let's try it. Let's try it with the attack typepiece, because one weird effect that Citlali C2 has is that she gives enough EM, like it's enough of an EM buff that it can change the balance of what the ideal main stat timepiece might be in various situations. And with Dia in particular might be one of those situations where the EM from Citlali C2 in this context very well might make it better to use a attack or HP main stat on her instead of EM, or might have to stick with ER. Particularly, this team in Stygian would need ER timepiece. So, anywho's, Pap. Citlali C2 makes my Moeka better with attack percent sands and melt. Yeah, exactly. There you go. So, I think it's more interesting to test with attack percent sands. Is kind of the point. I think my Arlecchino already has attack percent sands too. Yeah, she's on attack percent sands right now. So keep her on that. Oh, I gotta figure out if I should use this on my Dia instead of the existing Dia goblet. My Dia is using, by overall stat value, the second worst goblet, or the second best pyro goblet I have in my account, which is this one. But it has more crit rate versus crit damage, and the flat HP actually does something technically. Whereas here has an attack percent roll, but it's a low attack percent roll. Like, I think overall these are basically the same goblet functionally for Dia when I've tested them before. So I think I'm going to stick with this because I think I like the crit rate. That goblet enables me to have like 80% crit rate at a baseline. So, anywho's, we'll stick with this Arlecchino build. And so it's a build that will probably show. Oh wait, actually this is a build that double cryo doesn't make sense, and I didn't realize that. No. Okay. Frick. Okay, that's a little bit better for double cryo balance. Why? Honestly, though, I don't want to yoink my Clorin piece. Frick it, whatever. We're just gonna overcap crit rate a little bit. I don't care. Frick you. Let's do Chungyun. Why not? Let's do the Chungyun. We'll do Chungyun Citlali Bennett, because I tend to play that more than like Shunyun or than Shilonen. But I don't know. We can do Shilonen too potentially, but I don't want to change Shilonen artifacts around it either. So, anyways, let's test with Dia quick, and then we'll do double cryo with her. Oops. Is he forgetting to activate C2 Citlali? No, I am establishing a baseline. Like even though I'm familiar with these teams, there's also things like the buffs that are available in the Abyss, like the cards, right? Like I had burst damage bonus right here. And whether it does make a difference a little bit for how you might evaluate things. Like I don't want to activate C2 Citlali and then attribute some of the C2 Citlali difference here to just the Abyss buff. So yeah. We're doing 2 runs. We're not doing anything crazy. Like there's a million different teams I could try to test the true extent of C2 Citlali. This is not. I decided I don't really want to do C2 Citlali testing stream. But this is not any true testing for me, but I at least have to establish a simple baseline to verify my brain isn't stupid at minimum. Stop it. Die, please. Die, please. Thank you. We'll just wait till your cooldown comes back. How do you not have your energy? Oh my god, lady. We literally did an extended rotation. What happened to you? Alright. Well, 115k, 2 melts. Let him melt. Okay, yeah, that's pretty bad. Like, what the frick happened to you? Why is your energy cooked? Oh, frick me. This is such a cooked attempt. No. I don't know what the frick happened to Citlali's energy. Did I bork something on our build? I don't think I did.
Care for a dance. Dance with me. The show's only just into the show. Dance with me. Shoot on the audience, won't you?
Can we kill it before it's fun? Nope. Sad. Wing. Just want to see Saloon's reactions to what is probably the best Genshin Archon quest. Yeah, I've seen people have very positive reactions to the quest. So I would like to do it mostly live. But I also definitely have the ability to enjoy the quest. Like, it's harder for me to get enjoyment out of the quest when I am live streaming, because my brain goes into live stream mode, having to like just my brain having to do the work of communicating what my thoughts are actively in the moment is a bit difficult, right? All right. Oops. Please. Thank you. Alright. All he has their energy here. This is why I was confused before. One melt. 2 melts. 3 melts. 4 melts. 5 melts. Oh my god, that's 6 melts. Let's go. Oh. Okay. This. I think he'll be fine, hopefully. Yep, she is. Okay. I don't know if I did the normal tag. 2, 3. Oh, I'll go with it. Darn. I think I might not have gotten the normal tag, would have died anyways. Pretty good. Be like, does Jeff just be sarcastic the entire time? Maybe. But like, the problem is I get my brain, like something that happens in the Archon quest, or like my brain will latch onto, or something related to the Archon quest that also is triggered by like chat, whatever, because I don't ignore chat. And like my brain will just latch onto something, and then it'll be like, okay, I'm gonna yap about this. Because that's when that's the mode my brain goes into the live stream. Is like you latch onto something and you just go with it. And that can happen a lot in the Archon quest, just because like if I'm paying attention to the story will make my brain think something. Particularly if it's an engaging story. Yeah, a story that makes me think thoughts will make me want to say the thoughts I be thinking. So, I don't know. We're probably going to have to complete it slowly over multiple days on Twitch, most likely. Especially with how much I don't think I'm going to do much of it today. We'll see. I'll get that, I'll get that. Okay. I really would have liked to get Citlali, but oh well. Do this. Wait, no, melt doesn't matter. We just need raw multiplier damage, right? Okay, barely. Goose is on the loose. Yep. Nice crit. 76k for a pyro-resistant enemy, pretty dang good. Oh good, transition properly. Wow, that was a really good transition. Okay. Dude. Okay, that funnel might have been unnecessary, but it's fine. Dude, your Dendro might bungle things here, by the way, but it's fine. Alright, melt. 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 Holy. Wow, that was, I think we got 5 melts there, but not 6, but okay. It seems to be, was this all I was missing the whole time? I could have sworn, man. I could have sworn when I tested double cryo DML before that I tested doing Citlali, like extra Citlali normal attacks before, and it seemed inconsistent. But right now it feels like the main gameplay difference that is making the mouse more consistent is literally just doing like a Citlali normal attack before EQ and then a Citlali normal attack after the EQ as well, after the burst. Like that's what I'm doing. And I think maybe when I originally tested I only did one extra, like is it just this one extra normal attack that I'm doing causing it? I don't know. It's still like a little inconsistent, but so much better than it used to be in the past. So yeah, a while since I caught your stream. Welcome. Thanks for joining. You're here just in time for me to activate Citlali C2. Gonna do one more run with Citlali C1 with Arlecchino, and then we'll do that. But anyways, those first 2 chambers were about, I think, as ideal as can go, I think, for that team on my account. Duck. Probably would have been better to burst there, but whatever. Doesn't matter. We ain't testing this team. I'm not trying to speed through. Maybe you just got better. I mean, yeah, might be. Because a lot of my like getting better gameplay is just getting an intuitive feel for things, and that very well may be what it is. I'm gonna funnel particles. Yeah, okay. Do this. Do this. Do this. Oh crap. Oh, there we go. Okay. Nope. 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 Oh, we got the last melt too. Wow. Oops, that was still within range. Whatever. Funnel particles. Okay. Should we wait for Scofield? No, we can do a Scofield. What? I missed. I'm being bad. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay. Nope. 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 Okay. Nope. Wow, okay. Somehow I got 6 melts there. I thought the timing was going to be really bad there, but I got 6 melts. Bro, I'm getting it like pretty consistently now. Okay, I think it's just like in this team specifically, it's pretty dang consistent with just do normal attack, EQ, normal attack on Citlali. And like I think you sometimes still it mucks up things because like a Dia E proc triggering a melt can amp up things. But it works. ER on D on this team is 130. And I have to funnel a little bit, mind you, but it's C6, so like C6 Dia reduces her Like C6 compounds with C4 and reduces their energy quite significantly, mind you. I go to my Dia stream from the couple days ago if you want to see the me showcasing this team like pre C4, post C4, and then at C6. It's a weird, it's like a team. It's an team the lower investment Dia is, but the higher investment Dia is the more potential it has, particularly now that I'm figuring out getting melts consistently. And I didn't think I was going to be able to do that. You get to this point of being able to consistently land melts on there. Yeah, I do think you need double cryo. Escoffier, and then Escoffier does decent on-field damage. So, actually, I didn't even think about, by the way, I have overcap crit rate because of double cryo, right? If there's cryo aura on the enemy and things are going ideally, I have overcap crit rate, but because I'm at 90% crit rate from this, but it also makes sure stacking this is easy, so it's not all downside. Anyways, let's do an Arlecchino melt run. Arlecchino, I'm just going to do this team because I think it's fun. It's also much more competitive with Shalona. Like, Chongyun is more competitive with Shalona than you might expect. But I don't know. Well, I guess, do you guys want to see me compare Shalonen? Like, I have a C2 Shalonen, mind you, but I'll probably, I just don't feel like doing it, but because I have C2 Shalonen, I would probably just be lazy and leave Shalonen on 4-piece scroll, so I'd have, you know, duplicate scroll. Like, I should put Shalonen on either Petra or instructors, I guess. I don't know. Do you want to see Shalonen instead of Chungus? We can do that too before activating C2 Citlali. It just is if you want to see the extra run because it's going to take extra time. That's all. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what I have to do rotation wise, but I think that's E Chongyun, Arlecchino E, Bennett Citlali, Arlecchino absorb, and then shortly before cooldown ends, go back to Chongyun. Yeah, okay. Chungus should technically be on instructors, even with only you only get like 1 or 2 melts that buff from instructors, but 1 or 2 melts is enough to get value from it, so you do it. Yeah, sure. That he just needs to press E here. Technically, I should put him on whatever, but well, no, Sack is good because Sack can enable faster rotations. Technically, Sack is what can enable him to let Arlecchino do some 14-second rotations. If you don't Sack, it's I believe 15-second rotations. Same team on the first side. Don't need to think about first side.
Care for the dance. Dance with me.
Chungus is better than Kazuha. I made a video about Chongyun and I compared. This was in an Abyss, to be clear, that had like, and I showed the full nuance of it, right? Like, the more so in this Abyss, I would say Shalonen or Kazuha should be meaningfully better, theoretically. You know what? I will test with Shalonen because one of the notable things with C2 Citlali is that it gives you extra red shred, and stacking extra red shred is something that has lower value. So theoretically, C2 Citlali should do more for the double cryo team than it should for the Shalonen team. It's probably going to do ultimately a similar amount though. At the end of the day, it should be a big increase regardless. But yeah, a red shredder on like a spreadsheet level is theoretically better, but in practice level, particularly when we're talking like if I was using this team on the first side, I would say this team has stronger ability to adapt to the new enemies spawning and in a way that I think can functionally get you better clear times. And that's what I showed when I did the Is Chongyun Meta Now video with trying to abuse C2 Chongyun with Arlecchino. and Citlali thing. So you can go check out the video I made about that. And to be clear, I did an oopsie in that video, and I didn't have Sack Greatsword on him. That was a dumb thing that I hadn't considered properly. I make mistakes sometimes, oopsies. I feel really dumb about that because it does matter, but oh well. Anywho's. In a Stygian context, yeah, I think you probably use the Red Shredder most of the time. But whoops. Okay, you want to know what you don't do? You don't do that. If you want to be able to utilize Chungyun properly. I just wasted an E. Oops. My gameplay immediately looking really garbage. I can tell you, a Red Shredder, it's very no. A Red Shredder like Shilonen or Kazuha against this thing would be a lot better. Oh frick! My brain, bruh. Okay, no, redoing. A Red Shredder against that thing, because it has a bunch of pyro resistance, would be noticeably better. So in that chamber, we're gonna see a better clear time with Shilonen and with C2 Citlali, regardless, because more Red Shred good. Obviously, C2 Citlali is gonna be a better clear time regardless. So the answer is it depends. And one of the notable things with double cryo with Arlecchino is how much can you build, because Arlecchino is not a character that gives free crit rate from like an artifact set, right? Like, unlike Moika, where you're basically always just using her on 4-piece codex, and she starts with 40% free crit rate. Like, Arlecchino doesn't have artifacts that you normally get a bunch of free crit rate, right? And that puts her in a little bit of a weirder spot as far as what value can you gain from double cryo. In my experience at least, particularly being that like I have Staff of Homa available, like I can have an Arlecchino build that I really balance. I can, like, this is not an Arlecchino build that I'm specifically balancing around abusing double cryo, but I do have builds available where like I can push towards like almost 300% crit damage with Staff of Homa and like 70% crit rate, like a very non-ideal crit ratio. But if you factor in like double cryo and, you know, whatever, like particularly double cryo with Rosaria, you can really abuse double cryo with Arlecchino in a way that I think you can't quite as well with Moika, because her artifact set gives you 40% crit rate for free. So it's much less likely you have the wiggle room and stats to rebalance around. So yeah, is it activated? No, not yet. I switch? Why not letting me switch? We are establishing baseline comparisons because that's important. Yeah, frick you. Why do you not have energy? Lady! Bruh, die. Oh my god, Citlali, you're actually like killing me. You're killing yourself. Lady, why? Why do you suddenly have more ER needs than you've ever had in the past? I just actually, oh, frick it. Let's fix this. The Dia team, I did it without, whatever. Frick it. I say I don't, like, I feel like I'm gonna be lean towards doing this anyways. I have a EM or ER timepiece that has like a whack ton of EM. I am sacrificing 100 EM, which is the only noticeable loss here is going to be a little bit less buffing potential from Citlali C1, but whoop-de frickety do. I don't. I always do that for Stygian anyways, because Stygian is 0 energy start, right? So like, whatever. I just can't be arsed to deal with that. Is there a build wrong? No, normally that build is perfectly fine. I don't know what's happening. The build was 180 ER without the ER timepiece. Like, it's about as min-max as you can possibly have a C1 Citlali build. It's just not worth it. I don't know if I effed up like catching some particles or whatever on her improperly. Oops. I don't know why I burst on Shalom. It's fine. Oops. I don't know what am I doing? Whatever. It's fine. C2 Chlorant? Heck no, it's a C0 Chlorant. On Ayato's weapon, I think. I hope so at least. Why? Brain. Whatever. Doesn't matter for this stupid enemy. Trigger. Butthole. To be clear, I wasn't properly going around it. It's fine. Oops, almost, God dang it, brain. Stop pressing E twice. Energy. Alright. But yeah, realistically, I don't know. I've like outside of like a hyper min-max siege perspective, I should just leave ER timepiece on Citlali. It's just more convenient. That's true. I guess I didn't need a burst in Citlali in the first dude. You know, one thing that's semi-surprising, by the way, I have noticed in this chamber, is how good Clarin's E is actually, when the enemies are close together. Like, I've noticed Clarin's E, when you activate her E, like, her normal attacks don't have good AoE, but Clarin's E tends to be able to hit multiple enemies at once. Like, those enemies are relatively far apart. They have fat hitboxes, mind you, but, like, her E activation has decent AoE, which is helpful, so... losing your sanity with playing Minecraft? Well, your problem is you're playing No, I'm joking. Minecraft is a great game. Minecraft was a very, very influential game for why I am the way I am, how I got into even computers. And I probably wouldn't be making this video today if it weren't for Minecraft, arguably. So, anyways. Wayob, do I have to do anything special? Not really. Oop. I definitely thought I was gonna be able to get that off. Whatever. Whoops. Doesn't really matter for the way up here, the initial bit of the way up here. I just would have transitioned better into this. But it's fine. Yeah. Crap. Oh, freaking burning. Okay, a little bit of poor gameplay, but whatever. Minecraft's the first game we played on your PC. Yeah, I originally played Minecraft. This is like what got me into like computers. I originally played Minecraft on like a old my like in when we were, you know, this was like when I was in like middle school, whatever, right? Like an old laptop with like an AMD, we're talking like, you know, a $500 laptop from 2010 that was not meant to play games. Like I played Minecraft with low ass settings at like 10 to 15 FPS. And I got sick and tired of that eventually, and ended up saving up my hard-earned money as a young creature of the abyss. And I decided to buy a computer, and I bought a pre-built at the time because, you know, computer is scary. But after that pre-built then I got into because I bought a pre-built, and then I bought what I did is, like, I bought a pre-built because it was a decent deal, and then I bought a secondary graphics card to install in the pre-built, because the graphics card came with, it was really poopy, but I got a good deal getting one with the poopy graphics card, and then getting a $200 graphics card that I bought on top of it, to install into it. And that's like what got me into like building computers and got me into a lot of tech in general stuff. So yeah, Minecraft functionally made me learn a heck of a lot. Clap. Oops, I don't know why I did that. Back. Just walk up better there. Where'd you go? Hello. Oh, I'm almost dead. Hello. Okay. No. Oh no. I know I could use Citlali. That's a coward's way out, though. Why? Well, I bungled. Okay. I blame Chingyun. Citlali C2 on? No, sorry. We are establishing baseline comparison. You are basically just in time now for activating Citlali C2. But I didn't hit it. Okay. Polia before Genshin. What is Polia? Never heard of Polia. Right. What? How did I? How? Oh my god. I dodged. I got coined with dodging like way earlier than I had to. To be clear, but like. Okay. Do this. Oops. I had to wait on that. Okay, that was okay at the end there. All right. So, anyways, it's a decent baseline comparison. Arlecchino should feel meaningfully stronger. Oh, we should. Oh, sorry. I think we do need to do that with the red shredder because, again, theoretically, we should see more gain from we should see more of like a percentage difference. The relative gain from Citlali C2 should be higher in a team without the red shredder. But it's probably not going to be crazily noticeable regardless, to be honest. So I don't know. Oh, we don't have Shalon anymore. You know what? Hey, let's use boy who has gone sadly unused. No reason, not much reason not for me not to use him. He should be basically equivalent to my Shalonen. Well, not really, because I have C2 Shalonen, but you know, the equivalent to non-C2 Shalonen. Ish. Kind of. Is it only Avocado test? No, we tested with Dia too. Like I could test with 5 quadrillion different things. Like Citlali C1 buffs literally any crit DPS in the game. Literally any. Yes, I know I have double scroll, but I also have C2 Citlali. I don't care. Same difference. Yes, I know. I could get a little bit more damage bonus. I could do whatever. But I also have C2 Citlali giving more attack to, like, you know. So, I don't care. Oh yeah, you're not modding YouTube, I forgot. So, anyways, there's 5 quadrillion different combinations of things. Like, it could be the longest testing stream I've ever done if I wanted to test the full depth of Citlali C2. Ultimately, I don't think I need to because it's a broken-ass constellation. I just don't think I need to. I'm just trying to establish a baseline for myself and for viewers to, like, compare directly. Without just being like, oh, wow, big damage. Get it. And thankfully, she's not on the banner, so people won't be baited into wishing for Citlali just because of this video. Again, I didn't purposely try to get C2. The game just pooped 5 stars on me when I wanted a single copy of Sethos, so, you know. By the way, I definitely felt the fall off from the shorter duration of DV compared to Shallonen. That's what I'll tell you. Well, actually, no, sorry, that wasn't the shorter duration. That was more new enemies spawning. Sorry, that was the new wave disadvantage that Kagura has over Shallonen. It's not something. It's not a disadvantage he wants to have. I was just doing that because I was waiting for Boy to spawn. To be clear, though, I mean, we're talking like 5 seconds worse than Shallonen. It's not that big a deal, but that is a context where Kazuha is definitely worse than Shallonen. Against this enemy, we should kill this enemy way faster with Shallonen here, by the way. Because of it being a butthole. Yeah. Yeah, the breath shred makes a really big difference against an enemy with a bunch of pyro reds. Crazy. How close are you to that? Okay. Yeah, and I bungled. No. I'm gonna wait till he spawns the things. Maybe I shouldn't have. In a sustained. Oh my god, really? Are you serious? How? Just how? All layers of how? Whatever. Okay. It doesn't matter. Who cares? In a sustained single target situation, Shallonen definitely better than double cryo, generally speaking. Has been my experience, but I don't know. Yeah, if you want to see Chungyun being more competitive, or double cryo in general being more competitive, and check out my Chungyun meta video. It just depends on the situation. This Abyss is one that should definitely bias towards Shallonen significantly. Or any red trip buffer, really. But it could be interesting to see how that changes. Whoops, did that early. With Citlali C2. That's why we're testing that. I just realized I was like, you know what, it's probably an important thing to compare and contrast. Crit stats worth it on Mizuki with a Citlali C1? Maybe. That's not something I had considered before, but that would be something if I lose my 50-50 to Mizuki in the future and want to build her, that'd be something I would consider doing. If I would be able to get fun value out of Mizuki, it would be trying to build her for crit. Like doing hybrid Mizuki. So especially with abusing how many sources of like buffing EM you have now. Like there's so many sources of buffing EM available with double non-cryo, like especially having C2 Citlali, like I don't know, something whack like let's assume Columbina buffs some EM. So we do like and does Hydra without normal attacks. Columbina, Anefa, Citlali. Like Citlali C2, Columbina, Citlali C2 will buff Columbina's damage more, and then flat buff from Citlali makes crit actually somewhat relevant on Anefa, or sorry, on Anefa, on Mizuki, and Mizuki would still do a really decent swirl damage because you'd have EM buff from Citlali, EM buff from artifact sets from like the non-cry artifact set, EM buff from, did I mention Anefa? Or Columbina, maybe, we'll see. Right, she might have like 800 EM at a baseline with no EM stats, main stats, right? So like, honestly, yeah, I think crit with enough high investment bullshittery going on, crit Mizuki might make sense. I don't know if C2 Citlali, I mean, and C2 Citlali might make it make sense with the flat buff because her baseline multipliers are 0, so you know. Shilonen and Citlali artifacts. I already mentioned before. I have C2 Shilonen. Yes, there's double scroll. I don't get why people get so upset when I do double scroll when I have C2 Shilonen. Like, C2 Shilonen is probably doing more than having Petra would be on Shilonen, and I already have enough high investment bullshit going on. Like, I just like why? It's a pain in the ass to switch your artifacts. It's Abyss. I just don't care. Like, would I min-max it if I'm trying to clear dire mode? Probably. But like, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. I like just treat it as if I somewhat have C2 Shilonen turned off, kind of. And actually have like treat it as if I have Shilonen on a better artifact set like Petra for this team. Hey, actually, oh well, no, I didn't. That can I kill it without? Yeah, okay, yeah. Red Shred matters, by the way, a lot for that enemy too. Okay, yeah, this is just an Abyss that likes Red Shred a lot more for melt teams, I will say. Actually, it's kind of sneaky. They did it on purpose. Oh, fuck you. Oh crap. Okay, well, I bungled a little bit. They did it on purpose because remember this Abyss was like part of the they're trying to like shill for Moika a little bit. And I think they're trying to shill for Citlali rerunning first half too was probably their plan. It was like this Abyss for if you try to pyro DPS in this Abyss without like with the double cryo team I was using before, which had no res shred for Arlecchino other than Citlali alone, like you gain significantly more value from from res shred in this Abyss with both the Weob and the pyro enemy in the first chamber. So it's kind of sneaky of them, by the way, because it makes Shilonen and other red shredders feel a lot more pushed than they normally are, I would say. So yeah, Shilonen Petra better than Citlali Tenacity. I mean, Citlali's a pain in the ass to build enough ER on. So that's the main reason you don't do Citlali Tenacity. You can do Citlali Tenacity, and then Shilonen on scroll. It'll be a similar amount of like buffing potential. It won't be crazily different than Petra Shilonen. Petra Shilonen and Citlali's scroll is theoretically better, I believe, at a spreadsheet level. But I'd say they're close enough that if you can make either of them work, you can make them work. But building enough ER to burst consistently on your Citlali without 4-piece scroll is a nightmare. Should have waited for that. It's fine. Not the right one. Did I even get freaking Brina? Can you target this lady? I mean, to be clear, a big part of that was a skill issue. Don't get me wrong, but I should have been on it in the first place. But how long Karina can take to target this thing sometimes is one of the really awkward things I ran into, in particular when trying to optimize my clears with Dia against this. Is Farina's variable ass timings and her summons deciding to target it. But yeah. Citlali pre-C1 just want ER, can't you just do that? I mean, most people, I don't know. Everyone's like, oh, shielding, 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 shielding. And then, oh, but you don't need EM on Citlali. Well, okay. Like, no, I also, like, Citlali, I think people undervalue the amount of, like, the value that Citlali, particularly in AoE, can have when she activates her burst. Without critting, when she activates her burst, and can, with a full EM, like, 800, that with 1,000 EM, right? Let's say you have 1,000 EM, which, to be clear, is, you don't get 1,000 EM if you're doing Thrilling Tales build, C2 Citlali, right? But so 800 EM, whatever. You can get like 100k, towards 100k damage ish. Probably a little bit lower with Thrilling Tales, mind you, because the reason, like, the Citlali's burst damage, if it's crowned, is like 1000% scaling with her attack scaling, and then she also has the EM scaling damage. So Thrilling Tales being a super low base attack weapon actually hurts Citlali's front loaded damage potential a lot. But I can tell you one of the things I've noticed with Citlali's signature weapon is not its higher buffing potential versus Thrilling Tales. It's, you know, the rotation flexibility, but also it does significantly raise the amount of damage you get from her burst activation. And when you crit, you see like, oh, that's a random 200, 300k crit, and that can help with clearing faster. And then like when not critting, getting like 100k plus whatever from a non-crit, like that extra 100k damage can be pretty dang nice to have a lot of times, right? So the damage that Citlali can deal from her burst, and the fact that people like shielding, like this enemy we're gonna be fighting here, gets through Citlali's shield even with the over 1000 EM Citlali that I have. Like having a 200 EM Citlali shield is basically like not running a shielder at all against many enemies. And especially for someone like Arlecchino, many people, including me, appreciate having some extra interruption resistance. So like, I don't like the idea of it saying, yeah, you don't build any EM in Citlali, just build ER, don't care about any EM. I mean, that's silly. But should you do ER, EM main stat? Probably. That's a strong consideration. I'm doing ER, EM. But mostly just because I got a little bit annoyed with barely not having my energy back, but it's probably because it's something I have to. What? Thankfully, Citlali can correct that mistake, but can you attack? Probably. Thank you. Should I just wait? I think I should just wait. Yeah, I think I'd wait. I do redo this. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. What? The frick? Bennett. Why? What? Okay, cool. Thanks, boy. Never hated Bennett more than having that moment. How much ER does Bennett have? I don't remember. Like 250, I think. You should not need that much energy in this team. And die. Barely. Good job. Kazuo got the kill. The fact that you have Shalona and decided to climb it with Bennett is something my mind as a meta player will never understand. Frick this mechanic. I will not engage with this garbage ass mechanic. Unless I literally have no... Unless I happen to be playing a team that I have literally no other option than to use whatever. I can tell you, usually using Shalonen is a bad idea to climb it. Because you can wind up with losing uptime. Like defaulting to Shalonen climbing is actually kind of bad. This team is probably fine to climb with Shalonen, but actually still kind of pointless to climb with Shalonen because Citlali can immediately jump up. But then like I don't know. I will like the best instance of like people yelling at me being like, oh, stop trying to climb it manually was during the collab stream when I was playing Mualani. Where like it did not make sense at all actually to use Shalonen to climb it. It made sense to climb manually because if you use Shalonen to climb it, you didn't have your buff setups properly. You just could not set up Mualani damage properly at all for its down phase if you use Shalonen to climb it. It did not work. In this team, it should work fine, and I refuse to do it because of my protest of this mechanic, and also I think it's more enjoyable. And also, if you're a meta player, just saying, I think it's a much more meta action to have awareness of enemy mechanics. God damn it. Have awareness of enemy mechanics such that you know how to do. God frick you. Do something like that. I think it's an arguably much more meta action to maybe this. I should have actually absorbed that. Oh, frick. Okay, you know what? Did that make sense? Yeah, but whatever. Can you seriously? There we go. What? Why am I having such problems with Bennett today? What? What is happening? Why do I keep bungling climbers with Bennett? It's only Bennett I'm having a problem with. Is it for some reason I'm not used to the tall males? Maybe I'm jumping up with the short female model too much. I'm not used to the other models. I wish I had. If only I had 30 ping. I mean, that's not a ping check based thing that I'm doing there. Come on, can I get Electro on this? Okay. I could not bother to say the Shalona rotation with my Moika in just one shot. Well, yeah. See, you're the kind of no offense, Nico. You're the kind of meta player that I find the most boring player for Genshin. If you enjoy the game, you know, more power to you. I think what you mean by meta player is you mean you play the strongest teams and that's all you give a shit about. You play Moika Melt on one side and you play Veresa Overload on the other side, and you're like, oh, cool. I cleared Abyss in 2 seconds. I'm happy. Right. That's the vibe I get from you. But I think the true meta of Genshin is understanding enemy mechanics. And I think it's a very meta action. Like I don't consider myself a non-meta player. I just engage much more and get much more enjoyment out of engaging with the support meta of team building and with the meta of understanding enemy mechanics in order to optimize your clears, right? So yeah, giving new player vibes. Yeah, exactly. That's probably more accurate. Nico plays Moika Melt on second side, and then Nuvilet whatever on first side. Or you can skip the whole mechanic with Skirk. Yeah, just brute force the whole thing. You can do that. You can indeed do that. I could probably brute force this with this team, by the way, but I'm not gonna. Keep doing that normal attack now, and it's kind of pointless. I didn't want the. Whoops! I let that con die, didn't I? Okay, I didn't have to wait for that. I should just switch to Citlali. Okay, please. Okay. This time we're gonna do. Frick you! Okay, do that. Yeah, we're gonna do this. Oh, frick, I cheated. That was accidental. Now I don't have stamina. No, stop jumping up in the air, lady! No. I was literally just trying to jump normally. And she was like, no, I'm going to use the tiny 2% stamina you have left. And like, no. Oh my god. Whatever. It's the most I've struggled with this in a while. It's really funny. Honestly, I should just use the, I should just use our lucky. Well, no. The tall female model is really, really hard to climb up it. Could have used Xylo instead. Oh my god. Oh my god. I sincerely hope you just joined in the stream. That's not hard, you know? What the frick? How did that happen? How did I overtake with Cryo there? Or Pyro there? see, it's not that hard. I don't, let's see, why was that though so hard for me to do? I do not understand. Okay, that. That might not have made sense to do. I mean, maybe it did. I don't know. Anyways, see, it wasn't that hard. It wasn't that hard. Anyways, that took me way too long. It should not have taken that long. That was all skill issue. And again, I could have killed it without doing that, but I'm stubborn. Anyways, 160 EM from cards affect the value of C2 Citlali in testing. You know, I didn't even think about that. That's a good point. Is that how much I had? I thought the first one was burst damage bonus. Was it EM? Or are you just asking in general? If you're asking in general, it probably shouldn't change the value of C2 Citlali that much, I would say, not for melt DPSing, because like you gain it would change the value of, theoretically it would push you more, like if you already have the circumstance where C2 Citlali gives enough EM that you might consider switching to like an attack timepiece. And I've been, so Arlecchino and normally Arlecchino would be better, for example, on a EM timepiece, but I was actually testing with an attack timepiece. But Arlecchino on an attack timepiece might just actually be better with C2 Citlali, and two EM cards would even push you more further towards that direction, depending on all your overall artifact balances, right? So anyways, okay, now we need to activate it, by the way. All right, now going back from here, this is the constellation of the game that there's a possibility I regret doing this. There really is. But I have a C0 Citlali on my casual account. Like if I really feel the need to show a really relatable Citlali, I can do that. Particularly a Citlali with Arlecchino, at least. I don't have all the same characters on my other account, so I can't show the exact same context necessarily, but yada yada. I don't know. I got it for free. You know, I got too many 5 stars in going for one copy of Sethos, and we take it. I don't know. It's gonna be enjoyable to me. I like min-maxing. If there's anything that will help me continue clearing dire difficulty, then it might be this one. Clearing dire difficulty without pulling for all the new shill units, right? So we'll see. It'll be interesting to see if I can clear the current new dire difficulty. I'm not sure if I have the investment required for the one boss, but anyways. Well, sure, let's just start with the same team we just did. We'll go in reverse order. We'll do Arlecchino with Shilona, then we'll do Arlecchino with Jung-Yoon, and then we'll do whatever. Bap. Alright, and doot. But yeah, I don't think an extra 160 EM should crazily change the relative value of C2 Citlali itself. It just might change exactly how you balance your on-filter build a little bit. Needs to give you mogs. I want to time this dude out. Time out who? Time out who? I haven't seen anyone being problematic, Rick. But maybe I missed it. I don't know. By non-meta teams, I mean Baron Bun. Oh yeah. I mean yeah. Amber gains a lot from it. Amber will gain a lot from it. I plan on actually doing. I got C6 Amber relatively recently. When I do a return to an Amber video, it's gonna be, all right. Unrelatable Amber time. I've done relatable Amber videos in the past. Now it's time for unrelatable Amber, where I want to double crown her. Actually, not necessarily double crown. Oh, well, I don't know. We'll see. There's characters I need to go do that. Frickin' I need to try to get a surplus of resources. Point being, I have C6 Amber now, which kind of matters. Doesn't matter crazily, but it does matter. I don't know. The having C2 Citlali and having potentially min-max Amber is going to get really different Amber numbers potentially. So I want to make unrelatable Amber video, but it might be a little ways out still. So yeah. Anywho's, Fruited Taser and Eva Hypercare this Abyss, yeah. Realistically, where I am going to see the most personal fun value from Citlali C2 is going to be... Good job, non-crits. Yeah, we are already seeing increased damage in the red shard on this. And on this here. And I bungled a little bit, but whatever. Realistically, where I will see the most fun value personally from Citlali C2 is definitely going to be for situations like yeah, there you go. Is situations like I can definitely notice it's meaningfully more damage. Who knew? Dude, why am I having a stroke? Jesus. My brain. Like with Dia or with Amber, whatever. Like some people might call it non-meta. I don't call it non-meta. I would say not meta on fielders, but meta supports. Like I will that's where I tend to enjoy these supportive constellations the most, is uplifting the strength of the less strong units. So, you know, like, do I feel like they're like that much damage, the damage increase I got from Arlecchino there, do I feel like that matters at all from an Abyss context? Nope. That was like not really that meaningfully different of an experience. I could tell it was stronger. Don't get me wrong. But like my experience was exactly the same in an Abyss context. In Stygian, you know, I will probably appreciate having it for the strong characters. Because it's just a tool I can use again to try to like clear with Arlecchino when I otherwise might not be able to clear with Arlecchino in dire difficulty in the future. It will potentially enable me to not have to pull for a new meta on-field DPS that's stronger than all the DPSs that came before, just because of the fact that I have these really strong supportive constellations. Like, I'll value it in Stygian too, but in Stygian, I'll value it maybe with Arlecchino. Whereas in Abyss, I think I will value it much more for weird circumstances like Amber or Dia or whatever. And I mean honestly, for Dia, it's going to be super unnecessary. My Dia is, in my opinion, well strong enough that I wouldn't need it. I wouldn't need C2 Citlali ever for Dia, but I'm going to enjoy it for Dia regardless. But I think I will feel the value of the damage increasing more. Nice fail crit. Oh, well, whatever. And then I overtook. Who cares? I can kill it anyways. Yeah, I'm definitely more curious how what the... Oh, you put Dender on yourself. Okay, well, this was not C2 Citlali fault. That was a minor skill issue, and then the timing of that self-dender application on the enemy was bad. Truly, the Cryo Archon C2 Citlali? Yeah, kind of. Oh, I do have 2 EM buffs. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I never even noticed. So yeah, I don't think it should change things crazily so, other than biasing towards attack timepiece on my builds, which is what I was already testing anyway, so it's fine. But I'd have to go like run things through a damage calculator to see. And it's also increasing the value of Citlali C1, so I'm seeing a little bit of increased value from that. Like, but I also put Citlali on an ER timepiece. And I could have kept her on the min-max build, but anyways. Get ready for every comment on my future videos include only possible C2 Citlali. Yeah, I don't care. Like, the thing is, when I'm going to use Citlali, whenever I've been using Citlali anyways, I've always been going Citlali, like my Citlali is C1, and yes, that makes a difference. Like, almost always since activating Citlali C1, I've been saying that. And like, I usually said it might not be making as much of a difference as you think it is, but it is making a difference. And I usually specifically point out when I'm abusing using Citlali C1. Like, my Citlali was already unrelatable, and that was on purpose because that's a big part of the value of what I was getting from Citlali in the first place. I purposely went for C1. I think I would have gone for C1 even if I wasn't a content creator. So, the only annoying thing is that Citlali C1 was able to be powered down. Like, I could remove all the EM from Citlali and essentially turn off her C1 buff. C2 Citlali is not really possible to turn off. And that's the main sticking point for me that's going to be awkward. But ultimately, I don't care. Like, I just really don't care anymore. I'm just going to be like, yep, I have C2 Citlali. Obviously, this does a lot in this team. And if I wanted to try to make something more relatable, I will try to be like, here's what this team performs like with C6 Diona, or whatever, right? Yada yada. Or if I want to power down, if I want to use Citlali, because like there's other mechanics going on that incentivize using Citlali. This one, yeah, it is. Then I will potentially consider doing that. But that would require me doing like a bunch of calcs. Like I'd have to go do calcs to see how I can power, like okay, put defense goblet and defense circlet on Arlecchino kind of shite, right? That's probably what I'd have to do realistically to turn off C2 Citlali. I knew that first. But. I'm not gonna do that math right now because I don't need to. That's just, if I need to in the future, I'll do that. And I can like, yeah, here's the numbers on screen if you don't believe me. My Arlecchino is doing the same damage as she would if this was a C0 Citlali kind of thing. Love when you do fully powered high investment stuff. Yeah, like ultimately I think it's fine. I like having it. I didn't purposely try to get it. The game was just like, here you go, have 3 5-stars and when going for 70, one copy of Sethos, and one of those copies was Citlali. Like I could have chose to go for Inefa dupes as well instead of, like I could have switched from Inefa banner, or I could have just kept on going Inefa banner if I really didn't want it, but I don't know. It was a fun thing to have a chance at getting for free, and I got it for free. So yeah. Still hoping for DPS Dahlia video. It's probably not going to happen. I don't want to put resources into him, sorry. The popcorn thing convinced me of like, I don't want to touch that dude with a 1,000-foot pole. I would have built him for Skirk for the attack speed buff if I got C6, but I'm not even close. So I don't know. If I happen to get C6 eventually and I build him for Skirk, then I'll maybe do a DPS Dahlia video. But that popcorn animation, it pisses me off. So yeah, I don't know. I am a high investment player, even if I'm not like for some people, what I have would maybe be Giga Whale tier, but for me, it's just a lot of the things I have that are really strong at this point are just due to key specific decisions I have made. Welkins over time giving me a lot of value and getting lucky. Like this team, the only thing that was really meaningfully put a bunch of money into it was actually Shalona and C2, but Shalona and C2 was functionally turned off because of my own laziness most of the time. Because I don't feel like putting Petra on her in this team. So it's just like Shalona and C2. The thing I actually spent money on this team is doing the least, which is funny. So I don't know. Yes, I would say I'm a dolphin by most people's standards. But I'm a dolphin, but the thing that actually has had the most effect on most of my ability to do things in the game is just the fact that I log in daily, I farm for really good builds, and the fact that I have had Welkins and Battle Pass going. Like the cumulative effect over years of Welkins and Battle Passes far surpasses, and people I think really underestimate that because they just don't run the numbers. It's so simple to run the numbers, but like the cumulative effect of the Welkins and how that has affected my ability to make certain decisions and take certain risks in going for things like getting 5-star weapons and doing stupid things like doing an extra 10 pull in Arlecchino banner and getting C1 Arlecchino for free, right? Like, you were having a mental crisis and apologizing for spending $10 on a battle pass? No, I wasn't, Nico. What the fuck are you trying to make out of me? I wasn't having a mental crisis. I was joking. F off. I'm going to time you out because you're pissing me off with that statement. Like, I was being silly. How was it not obvious that I was being silly? I think it was a dumb decision. I was being silly because I was emphasizing it was a dumbass thing to do. It was objectively not very valuable to spend $10 for a reroll feather, 10 levels in the battle pass early, and 5 fragile resin. But as a content creator, I got enough value from getting the resin now because like I wanted to have my things leveled up now and do things now. That like it was a content decision for me, and I was like, I apologize, I committed a sin, but whatever, it was worth it for me in this instance. That's basically what I said. That wasn't me having a mental crisis. I'm obviously exaggerating. Yeah, but yeah, okay, sure. You're exaggerating, but then you're trying to make out that I was saying something that I wasn't saying. You're trying to present like what I was saying that I wasn't. So anyways, you're successfully rage baiting me this stream. And if I see one more thing that triggers me, I'm just gonna time you out for my own sanity. Anyways. We should see a high value here. Yeah, Jesus Christ. That, god damn it, frick me. What? Oh my god. Well, look, C1 Citlali doesn't, I mean, technically helps you from dying, theoretically. But, the freaking, man, Arlecchino, I do not play Melt Arlecchino enough to properly get a feel for her pyro application timings. Because Arlecchino is mostly just a comfort character for me at this point. And I have really only had to truly optimize Arlecchino in dire difficulty with Stygian recently. And like, anyways, so it's so easy though, in my experience, to just accidentally overtake with Pyro with Arlecchino Melt. And I think this is why a lot of people just don't play Arlecchino Melt. Is because like not properly working around Arlecchino's Pyro application timings and paying attention to like aura on the enemy when you accidentally screw up. Because like there's a solution to that. It's swap to Citlali, do a normal attack, and then you can get your cryo back, right? So you have to pay attention to the aura on the enemy and when that's happening to be able to work around that. I think most people don't do that. So there's a reason most people don't play Melt Arlecchino. Like most people, as far as I'm aware, play like Overload Arlecchino. I mean, to be clear, in Abyss, that's usually what I end up defaulting to for Arlecchino as well. Because it generally feels so unnecessary for Arlecchino to do this much damage. And Citlali C2 is making it even more so, but having 80% red shred with Citlali and Shalom together here, getting a 400k melt, plus the EM of course, right? Getting a 400k melt is absolutely stupid. With this thing in its high resistance phase, like that's just stupid. This is absolutely one of those constellations that can meaningfully allow you stronger ability to just brute force through enemy mechanics, right? God damn it. It doesn't help your skill issue, but you know. Like, I believe we got, I don't remember what the HP bar got down to before when we were at this phase in the fight, but I believe it was, you know, not too, why did I do that? Whatever. Oh god damn it. I got the jump and then I freaking failed. Bro, Bennett, why? No, I'm gonna fail. We don't have time. Oh, we don't have, no. He didn't die? What? That was weird. Is that just new tech I accidentally found? You can like iframe the damage with Bennett? Whatever, we'll brute force, why not? Here, we'll do a rotation. Get Arlecchino's like stuff to max. Wait, you're going into a phase again? What? Poke. Aw. Poke. Didn't die with that 700k hit. Anyways, that like that 700k hit, that was with its resistance up. Like to be clear, it doesn't have much resistance because of how much res shred we have. Actually, what is the res? What is it? A secret source automaton, I think. Secret source automaton. Yeah. Its resistance when it's in. Wait, is it really? Is this the? No, this is the cryo one. Is it the cryo one? Frick. I can't tell because they look the same. I don't. Oh, that is the cryo one. Okay, frick. What is the other one? Genshin Automaton. Wait, it is the Secret Source Automaton. What? Are they both called Secret Source Automaton? Oh, this one's over. Ah, frick you, Oil. That's why. And the overseer auto completed. I didn't even mean to type auto overseer there before. Okay. Is it possible to beat Secret Source Automaton? Sorry, that's just amusing to me. Yeah, it's 60%. Okay. Yeah, that kind of explains it. So if it's base, it's possible it has different red stats in Abyss, but I assume it would have been listed here. Usually they list it here. So yeah, like so that means Citlali and Chilonin on their own are already like really valuable for taking it to 0% res.
No problem.
But it actually goes below 0% res. So like it's basically just yeah, and then plus the EM. So it essentially just removes the res the res gimmick mechanic. And this is why they've been making enemies that have 200% res now. like the other automaton. Oops. Like this automaton. This one has 200% res. They've been doing that now because they're just like, oops, we gave too many sources of red shred, and now people are bypassing all of our enemy mechanics. So, oh, we got 2 wishes from the thing. How to use this? Whee. Crazy. Anyways, let's go use Chongyun because I think it'll be a little bit more interesting with Chongyun. I still think this Abyss is going to bias towards like the Shilonen team significantly because Red Shred is just really valuable on the second side. But we're gaining additional Red Shred from C2 Citlali anyways, so it might mitigate the difference. Like it might, like there was a really obvious difference between Shilonen and like not Shilonen before. But now I think there will be less of an obvious difference with C2 Citlali. That's my guess. But we'll see. Okay. Yeah, red shred below 0 of a Zhongli shield, yeah. Yeah, we'll do same theme we've been doing. And then we'll test Dia, but yeah, I'm not in the mood right now to like try to do Amber things, and Gaming should be a similar experience, whatever, like the why did I do that? Oh, or she's in the wrong spot, that's why. I'm gonna reconfigure, sorry. It's gonna bug my brain after getting used to not that organization. But yeah, there's a million things to test, particularly the interesting ones to test with C2 Citlali is the not pyro DPS context, I think. I don't know. Maybe we can check Mualani. We can maybe figure out something with her. I haven't. You know what? I have actually. You know what? I haven't tested Aino Lauma Mualani yet. Does Aino Mualani does that work? Is the burning? Wait. No, wait. I'm sorry. Not. It wouldn't be with Aino. What am I saying? You need a pyro unit. So does Lauma? Does burning? Is burning enough? So like Lauma plus Mawika or Pyro Traveler, right? For Mualani, is the burning aura enough to make it so that you can have Pyro aura and have Citlali buff for Mualani? That's my question. So can I do Lauma, Citlali, Mawika? Oh, it's what you're playing right now. Okay. It's big for Gaming? Oh yeah, no, it should be really big for Gaming, just as it is like for whatever. So I just don't think I need to go and test every freaking Pyro DPS. But I am down to maybe check at least like Mualani. We should see some nonsense numbers from Mualani. And I also haven't tested Mualani Lamel yet, so I'm down to do that. Right. Yeah, this enemy should be one that we should see something from. Frick you butthole. Wrong character. Yep, that is meaningfully better than it was before in this team. I probably shouldn't have done that, but are you freaking ass? I know I could have avoided that, but I did that because I was hoping to kill it. Yep. Okay. Perfect. Well, let's redo. Let's redo. He also has scrolls in Citlali since Llama doesn't have the thickest Dendro armor on the planet. Like, all right, really? Okay, interesting. So you do. So you can trigger scroll. The fact that you can trigger scroll on Citlali in that team is kind of incredible. That would mean Citlali should be pretty compelling teammate. without having C2. So yeah. Anyways, let's do really unrelatable Mualani. Let's do it.
Dance with me. Here, get on, smoke you.
Should I do HP timepiece on Mualani? I normally run EM timepiece. Co-op Stygian? Yeah, that's true. I don't think you get the EM buff, though, for other units. You just get the co-op shield and the red shred. What? I am on top of the alligator. Nice. Great. Thanks, Genshin. Sucrose is better than Shalon and C0 for melt teams. Yeah. I don't have Shalon and C0, to be fair. But yes. Sucrose is a broken character. Yep. Anyways, she's also more awkward to use and has worse uptime, which does definitely matter. So, anyways. So Llama routine rotation has Llama on TTDS so she can buff Muika ult. Okay, well I ain't doing that shit. But we use an E-bot Muika. Oh, but actually my Muika, by the way, Muika C1 might F with things for me. And for Mualani. It has before. Like Mualani Muika combo is actually one of the contexts where I've been kind of pissed off about Muika C1 and wishing I could disable constellations. We'll see if it causes a problem. But yeah. It might make things awkward for sure. Don't do it, don't teleport. Frick you! I thought I had rotated enough. Oh my god, I keep pressing 1. I guess I should have bursted because I had the time anyways. Oh yeah. Oop, oop, oop. Okay. Okay, that was a little bit of a bungling. It's fine. I definitely think I could have done that better. At this point, I should not do anything. But anyways, yeah, I think I was correct. I think the damage increase from C2 Citlali is significantly more noticeable of an increase here. That is my vibe. C2 Citlali. C2 Citlali does work in co-op. Well, like I know that C2 works. But I'm talking the EM buff. I thought it said active characters. It's because it says it's because it says active characters protected by a shield. So okay, I guess yeah they are active characters in co-op. Yeah, okay, interesting. Okay, so Citlali C2 is just one of the most broken co-op constellations then. Okay, great. I mean that's fine. Yeah, my brain derp didn't think about that. I can become a Citlali main in co-op. I'm down. I've won all my 50/50s for Citlali and got that early C2, so I don't know. She deserves it at this point. The weapon was hard to get. Like I wouldn't have gotten Muika's weapon if I won the 50/50 on Citlali. Oh, I thought it was an overtake there. My bad. Didn't have to do that. I think I could have had that thing killed if I had done that better. It's fine. It don't matter as long as I transitioned into enemy fine. Oh crap! God dang it! I'm pretty sure if I optimized this down, I could. That was bad too, but whatever. I'm pretty sure if I optimized this thing down, I could. Please, can I overwrite? What the frick? Overwrite! There we go. Oh my gosh, whatever, it didn't matter. Okay, it's fine. I'm just being stupid, whatever. Just get energy from the next rotation. I think if I optimized that down, I could like transition. I could have transitioned from that rotation with the Wayob into the chicken and killed it without having to start a new rotation. But like, eh. You're not gonna move? Oh, okay. More excited to see DM out now? Yeah. I think it should be a pretty big increase. What is that, Shalon and healing? I mean, she has got a lot of defense and she has a healing bonus circlet. So, like, I think it's like 10k per tick. I'm not kidding. I think she has a healing bonus circlet at least. Yeah, because of this thing's much higher resistance, it's a less notable thing. I mean, it's still pretty noticeable. I don't know. This is like one of the most significant damage increases from any constellation that I've ever gotten, I would say. Cutting it. Frick. Frick. Uh-oh. Well, okay.
After all that
Well,
training.
I don't need to redo this, but, here. We'll kill it at least. I don't have energy. Ah, frick. There we go. Unfortunately, Chungyun is the least needed character here. I bungled. Dang it. Oops. Citlali hold jump up there because I refuse to. All right. So, let's do. This will be interesting to see. Because we're getting red shred, right? There's no other source of red shred other than Citlali. So it's similar to like Chungyun situation, right? But Dia is a little bit weaker of a character at a baseline. And therefore I think we'll gain more noticeable value from it. It'll be interesting. Like it's possible having C2 Citlali here will enable Dia. Like I think Dia, my C6 Dia right now, clearing dire difficulty against like the Aeon Blight Drake was a little sus before. But maybe with C2 Citlali it's doable. But I don't know. I don't know what the DPS of this clock's at. We could probably run an estimate based on the chicken, maybe. If someone wants to try to pay attention when we go through the chicken, I can here. Let me actually just pull up HomDG Cat, because they have the HP data. Spiral Abyss. Oh wait, the cactus is in the next Spiral Abyss too? That's funny. The cactus is in the next Spiral Abyss, but it's in the first chamber. Yay, okay. Oh, but we get triple Kenkis. And Tulpa's back? Oh, I'm gonna have fun with the next Abyss. Tulpa triple Kenki? Oh, baby. Sorry. Whatever, I'm just gonna spoil the Abyss for people coming out, or the one coming out in a day or two. Look at this. This is gonna be a fun Abyss. I mean, this side is a little restricted, I think. But this will be a fun Abyss. I don't think it's an easy Abyss. It's probably gonna be. I think the DPS check is actually relatively lower than many Abysses before. But like, this will be a fun Abyss, for me at least. I love me Tulpa, and I miss the triple Kenkis, honestly. So this is an interesting situation, but hey, Dia doesn't like shielding, and neither do his enemies. Anyways, what I wanted to look at was this. Yeah, the chicken is 2.7 million HP. So, the thing to check here is so after I kill the Wayob, what I will do with this team to try to get this measurement, the Abyss blessings are gonna skew this a little bit and whatever, right? But after I kill the Wayob, if I kill the Wayob cleanly with one rotation, then we have to measure it differently. So if I kill the Wayob with like like the very it's a clean ending rotation where I'm starting a rotation anew on the chicken, then we'll have to measure the time from when I start the rotation, right, on the chicken. But if I don't, then we just measure from the instance the first damage happens on the chicken, right? Because that's more likely. So what I want you in chat to wait to tell me is, I'll try to watch for the time I end for sure, but try to watch for me when what is the timer on the clock when I do the first instance of damage on the chicken. Okay, do that for me. That's what you have to pay attention to. Don't worry about any of the other crap I just said. Just pay attention what the timer on the clock is when the first instance of damage happens on the chicken. That's what I want to measure. We can try to get approximate team DPS here with that.
Care for a dance? Dance with me!
And Stygian would be slightly lower DPS because of Abyss cards and enemy level differential. That's fine. Make a super conduct video? Maybe. I don't know.
Dance with me! Into the shadow.
I don't know if it changes that much. Like, there's pretty finite limits on they're not finite technically. But like transformative reaction scaling, remember? Transformative reaction scaling is has a real diminishing returns on the amount of value you get from stacking extra EM. So like the amount of extra damage you get from superconduct damage by having 250 EM from Citlali is not that significant. And it's also only the on-fielder. Well, Citlali's EM is increased too, so I guess it'd be, yeah. So, Alright. This is not the one we care about measuring the time with. The reason I don't care about the chicken, or care about this one, is because, do that, okay. Sorry, my brain. Yep. Maybe as well. Is because the hamster has the self-damage mechanic that changes functional DPS thresholds that make it not interesting to measure DPS on. Do this. I arranged this team the incorrect way, by the way. Is that gonna F with my brain? I think it is. We'll see if I can adapt around it. Whatever. Okay, I probably didn't need to do that. I should have done that at first, but whatever. It is good for this. Okay. That's a lot bigger melt. Almost 200k melt. Oh, we overtook the pyro. Okay. I was doing a bad rotation, didn't I, though? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna redo and do it and change the order. Just in case. It was also bad anyway, so I should redo anyways. Get the team order in the proper order.
Care for a dance. Dance with me.
Stygian also starts with 0 energy, by the way, so I don't know. I feel like... What's the safe assumption for the amount of DPS? I'd also plan on hopefully level 100 Dia soon, but we'll see. I don't know if I'll level 100 Dia by Stygian, but... by the next Stygian. But... we're trying to measure this team's DPS for Stygian. Maybe to balance around the E... Well, no, hopefully my ER is fine with the base. I have some extra ER on Citlali than I should need to. I don't know. You know, we don't need to sack because of the fact that I didn't get the freaking... It jumped away and I didn't get Chillon and whatever. It doesn't matter. Sorry, I'm just thinking for like Stygian DPS potential of clearing dire difficulty with this team in some form. I think, well, whatever DPS we measure it at, I'll just assume it's around close enough to that. Yep. Rotating because I don't want to teleport. Oh, did you just miss a crit? You have like 90 crit rate, I think. 85 to 90. I don't know exactly what your crit rate is, but high enough that you shouldn't have missed that crit, lady. Please. Okay. Alright. Are you serious? No. No. Oh, god damn it, Dia. No. Maybe I will need more ER in Stygian. Oh god. Okay, so maybe I do sacrifice him. I don't know. It's Stygian ER is just a weird optimization mess. I don't know. Why? Oh, it was fine. Big bad to do that.
The show's only
With a Natlan DPS and clear the current abyss? Yeah, probably. Probably. Citlali got a crit. If you missed your crit when Citlali got a crit, okay, you didn't. All right, good job. We definitely don't need to. Yeah. Yep. Melt. Melt. 200k. Melt. 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 Oh, we didn't get the last melt, that's fine. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay, well, we did not get that? Okay, whatever. Well, certainly a lot more damage when we're getting the melts, that's for dang sure. Yep. Why did I do that? Okay, well. We're not gonna burst him in the way up chamber anyway, so it's fine to do this. Ultimately, that wasn't really that much better at clear than I did in the previous attempt without C2 Citlali, but I also did a second rotation. Like that was enough extra damage in that like I didn't even have to think about optimizing the second rotation technically in this context, right? And I got the same clear time with a much worse situation, like much worse play, worse second rotation kind of thing. So Escovia energy is abysmally low. She doesn't need to burst every rotation. We're not playing her with Freyna. when I do play Escopia with Farina, I usually like playing her with Charlotte lately. So I don't have my Escopia built for bursting. Alright, so this is the important one. Again, pay attention. I'll try to as well. Pay attention to the time, like when I first start dealing damage to the chicken. I might purposely wait to start dealing damage in order to like do a proper rotation, but I think it'll be fine. There's way up energy refunding. Ooh. Yep, okay, good. Did want to get at least that. I'm gonna get through it. Really? Alright, dudes. I think we're gonna transition, like we're gonna kill this while bursting with Dia, right? Nice. Yeah. Oh, we didn't transition properly? Ah, frick. Okay. That's kind of a bad measurement then. I don't know. I did not pay attention what the time was either. Oh, okay. Oh, I forgot it applies Dendro to itself. Ah, frick. That's gonna screw up the things anyways. We'll redo it, but... We'll redo it so we can get a cleaner thing. I totally forgot about the Dendro self application, which screws it up. So I want to have like at least a 5 melt situation. I want to, if we transition from the way up into it, I want to, you know, be doing melts on it as we transition into it, not applying pyro like we did there. That just lost a lot of extra damage. And then for the new rotation, I would like to get 5 melts, right? But the self Dendro application might F with that. Dia skill to snapshot. Why do we use it before Bennett buff? Because it's minor enough damage. I don't think it matters that much, but that's a fair thing to point out. That's true. It might matter, but I'm pretty sure it's not super sensible to do that. I don't know, because I don't know. I don't think it's doing enough damage in this team to be worth snapshotting for losing Bennett buff uptime. But Dia's burst doesn't, even with C6, doesn't last so long that that's not necessarily a concern, so it might be better to do that. You might be right, but I also don't know if it matters that much. On his Dia? Someone does a ball on my channel. I recently purposely pulled for C6 Dia with my savings. No, I did not wail on Dia. It was a slow and intentional progression towards C6. You can go check out my Dia C6 stream if you want to see her performance without. I have plenty of content in general on my channel with using Dia, mostly in like randomly in live streams to be clear, but I have made multiple Dia videos too, or videos where randomly the a Dia team is featured. My Dia is definitely and fully intentionally unrelatable. The Nefa build, light lunar charge damage is impressive. She's on triple attack percent on Gilded Dreams on Skyward Spine. The Abyss Blessing is giving like 75% lunar bonus though. Which isn't the end all be all, but it matters. Alright. Do this a little bit better this time maybe. Like here probably matters. Actually, does it? No, because Dia's E doesn't proc on it. So no, it doesn't really matter. Alright, cool. Alright. Okay. Nice. Alright, that was a good transition. That's what I wanted. You will hopefully get your energy back. Okay, the Dendroar is gone. Really? No. Okay. Okay, well, you know what was the time? What was the time? 8:22? Okay, what did I end on, actually? If you're on YouTube, you can rewind it. I actually wasn't paying enough time to the ending. I was paying too much attention to the aura on the enemy, not the clock. That was pretty good, though. That was pretty good, I think, for clocking the DPS check. It wasn't perfect, but Stygian also has some things that's going to lower our DPS, so, like, it's going to be close enough. 8:22 to 7:58. Okay. So, that was 24 seconds. So we took 24 seconds to kill an enemy that has 2.7 million HP. Let's see. And there's probably some wiggle room in either direction with Stygian making things harder, but also, you know, better play, whatever, better line of blah, 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 blah. So 2.7 million divided by 24 is 112k DPS. 112k, huh? That's like real Ars borderline for dire difficulty. Let's see, what's the DPS check for the butthole? 13.9 million HP, holy. And this is without its really annoying res increase mechanic. I think it's probably not doable to use this team in the next dire difficulty against Aeon Blight Drink, which is what I was thinking of. 113, 909. Oh, I didn't show on screen, my bad. So I'm looking at this one. This one has a lower DPS check. You might say use the melt team against this, but you need Bloom for this, so the team doesn't work against it. This is the only team that, like, this team could actually work in dire difficulty for the new Stygian. 262 divided by 120. Well, I'm gonna try it. The theoretical lower limit DPS check for this thing is 115k. The theoretical DPS check is 115k for this. So it might be doable. It very, very sus might be doable. Oops, didn't mean to click on it. To clear dire difficulty Aeon Blight Drink with Melt Dia. That'd be impressive if I can. I mean, that gives me confidence I can definitely. So, like, with the characters I have, one thing I'm interested in, I would hope I can clear this thing, the crab at dire difficulty, without Llama. But that'll be an interesting thing to check, is if I can clear the crab without Llama. I should be able to clear this, for sure. And then this thing, though. This monstrous, horrifying creature. What is this? I think it has self-damage mechanics, though, to be clear. Is why I think it has this high of HP. This one is the one I am sus about for whether or not I can actually clear it. And this was like, I'm pretty sure I would have been able to clear it, to be clear. Like without my C2 Citlali being activated, I should have been able to clear Aeon Blight Drink. The fact that I'm borderline potentially able to clear Aeon Blight Drink with Dia with C2 Citlali means I would have been able to clear without, right? And I think it's super sus to clear with Dia, to be clear, with this thing's res mechanics. So yeah. The self-damage is low, it's going to be very cringe, is it really? Jesus Christ. Okay. So... I don't know what the hell. Like, what confuses me with this, and this thing is why I, like, thought that the leak about Flynn's being first half was probably true. Because I don't really know what viable opportunities you have other than, like, whale shit. Like, if I can't clear this in Stygian. This, if I can't dire clear the Stygian, this means it's the most shill on enemy I think that we've actually had. Well, I mean, we had that. Okay, honestly, not really, because the Skirk boss wasn't really super clearable without Skirk, realistically. So not, I don't know. The problem is though, like Skirk released in the first half, like Stygian Skirk really like this thing is the Flynn shill boss, but might be near impossible to clear with like high investment, but you know, not stupid high investment, like not C6 characters level things. Without Flynn's. But Flynn's as an outwin, this boss is gonna be fightable. So like this dire difficulty is gonna be nonsense. I think. Anyways, without, I don't know how much self damage it takes, so I don't know what its actual functional HP is, but without factoring in any self damage it takes, it's a 140k DPS check. 140k DPS check, mind you, with it having a shit ton of resistance, and really wanting you to use electro charge, lunar charge, whatever. So like, we're talking 140k DPS for an electro charged team, or electro lunar charge team. Like without a Nepha, not a chance in hell. With a Nepha, I don't know. Like I don't know in particular what my team. If I do a Nepha, Shun Yun, because I have Shun Yun C2, Farina C2, Shun Yun C2, Varesa with a Nepha. Maybe a Nepha is not actually better, but I think there is. Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe Eon-san is better than a Nephi here. That'll be something to test. Like maybe that if there's any team I have that has enough investment to beat this thing at dire, it's that. So I don't know. Theoretically, I should be able to clear this dire difficulty, but this enemy is sus. We'll find out in a few days. Anyways, let's go test Mualani. So yeah, obviously C2 Citlali was a substantial gain for Dia there. I gotta check my DMs quick, by the way. ETA is 30 minutes, and he said that 10 minutes ago. Perfect. Sounds good. My friend, I have plans with my friends to play some games with my friends. Probably Night Rain, but I could stream it, but I'm probably not going to. 'Cause I'd prefer to relax. Okay. Fatua guy, Veresable? Yeah, probably. I think you can. I'm pretty sure you can brute force with like Overload Veresa at difficulty 5. Without much problem. Confident that Dire can, Chaska can clear Dire third boss. Yeah, that's an interesting potential one too. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting. I definitely don't think I'm gonna clear Dire without some level of high investment bullshit against that boss in particular. The other boss, the Aeon Blade trick too, with its res mechanics, might just require me to use overly strong teams. So I don't know. We'll see. C2 Citlali is likely to be one component that'll help, but not necessarily needed. I'm much more concerned about the Electro boss. Are we gonna test? Oh yeah, we're in Mualani. Okay, so Resh, you said you were playing the team. What do you use HP timepiece on Mualani when you were doing Lauma? So we're gonna do Lauma Muika. We'll see what happens. She is. So I have Battle Pass weapon with a pretty optimized build around it. Like yes, a little bit over cap crit rate, but that also gives me flexibility to actually consider bursting, and it having a real chance to crit without having to use her skill first, which I think is really nice. HP is better. Okay, that's kind of what I figured. Okay, that's fine. I'll use this. It's not that big a deal. It's actually really similar at the end of the day. Because yep. So HP timepiece, there we go. Pretty good with Sacrificial Jade. Okay. Caesar and Mualani, but level 9 talents. Okay. Mawika. Yeah. Obviously that doesn't make sense. What is the artifact combo here? Scroll on Citlali. Oh. It's it would probably be... Normally you burst on Muika and her damage matters, right? It would probably technically be instructors. You don't care about Deepwood on Llama, right? We don't care about Deepwood on Llama, so... Yeah, this kind of matters for the damage we get from them. I don't really... Oh, I don't want to have to change the builds like entirely. So anyways, it's instructors and... It's got to be instructors and whatever. And I think... Because of the fact that I'm starting... I have C1 Muika, so if I want to have a chance at being able to trigger scroll consistently on Hydro, so a scroll from Citlali, I have to do like Citlali into Muika into Llama. So I think Llama is on instructors. And then you would be on 4-piece of the new support set. But yeah, it's just C1 Muika is going to F with things. Maybe I should Pyro Traveler instead. Do I have Pyro Traveler active? No, Pyro Traveler is awkward with rotation times, but maybe they're a better bet. Still have to change builds regardless. Oh, burst after skill unless no pyro. I ain't using burst on Muika. Oh wait, you know what I can do? I can actually. No, let's use Muika. I can just do. I forget that you can, you know, go onto her motorcycle and like do a dash to. That's the main mitigation that I've done before, but it's awkward as hell. Is to mitigate the fact when it causes a problem that her skill lasts longer, you can do like hold skill and then dash on the motorcycle, trying not to hit the enemy. That's a problem. If it's not a problem, you can hit the enemy. And that uses some Night Soul to make her skill last as long as it does with C0. It's just annoying as shit to have to do. So I guess you know what, because it's funny. I guess you know what, I'll give her an EM. I'll let her keep her attack timepiece though. Ideal Muika. Ideal. Yep. Ideal Muika build, everyone. Let's go. I mean, she would still do decent burst damage if I actually did that. Theoretic. Wait. I mean, if I end the, yeah, because I'll do Llama into, yeah. Oh boy. EM maxing, let's go. So total EM buffs will be like 360 from the artifacts and this weapon. Jesus. And then we have Citlali, C2 giving us 200. Like, Mualani's going to have an absolute nonsense amount of EM. What the actual hell? Alright, this is going to be some of the least relatable numbers, I think, possible. But also not that unrelatable, because you could achieve... Most of this you could achieve with these without Citlali C2. Citlali C2 is not going to be that big of a difference maker. I think this team is just going to be funny in general with the conjunction of buffs. Okay, we're just gonna have to put you on this set. I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? We're just gonna E on you. We don't burst on you anyways, so it quite literally doesn't matter. Just yoink Ino's pieces. It's the simplest. All right, there we go. So what is the total EM buff? I have to run the numbers on that. I can't not. So we have 240 from instructors and Muika weapon, 120 from, wait, no. We only have one. No, sorry, 60 from this. So 60 from this. Because we only have one Nodcry. Don't get that mixed up. So 300 plus 250 from Citlali. That's 550 EM. And then on my Mualani build itself, what do I have? I have 21 EM which is not much. But this weapon does give 80, so plus, 101. My Mulan is going to have 651 EM. I've done that correctly. Plus we get, we get a total of 65% red shred from Lauma red shred and then Citlali red shred. We get scroll buff. Yeah, this should be a bit nonsense. I have no idea what hell the number is I'm gonna get here. But the rotation should be like scroll buff, Citlali EQ, Lauma E, into Muika. Yeah. Alright. It's gonna be a big Mulan number. Oh boy. What in the world is this gonna be? What in the world is this going to be? Can I do overvape? Do you? I can. Let's go. You know what? Let's do I know. Why not? Wait, no, I know doesn't have an artifact set. Okay, never mind. I don't feel like mucking about with that. Alright. This might be the most unrelatable thing I've done in a long while. I'm not sure.
Care for a dance.
It's also not that unrelatable. Again, though, it's weird. Like, Citlali... I don't know how much Citlali C2 is doing in the Mulan team here. Like, a lot, but, like, this might just be straight up one of the best Mulan teams, period. Like, right, I want to emphasize that. Immediately... Oh, why did I skill? Okay, dumb. We are getting, like, no vaporizes, but whatever. You die. Oh yeah, Dia's still on a... Dia should be on an EM timepiece in that team, by the way. I have her on attack timepiece because I didn't change it. That's fine. Okay, you don't own Shalonus. This is a huge deal for me. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, presumably Shalona would be better here than Citlali. If you don't have Citlali C2, I would assume. Yeah, okay. Oh, well, we can't get scroll buff here. That's fine. Okay, bap, bap. Yeah, I think we need to do like that. Treat. Instead of teleporting. Yeah, that's already a lot. Okay. Alright. Alright, so that was indeed correct, I think, doing the dash on Muika. It did make things line up, so you do this, and then you run, and then you move on. Alright. Okay, I have no idea if I got the leaf buff. Oh, what the frick? God dang it. Oh my god, okay. Skill issue, it's fine. Still have no idea if I got the leaf, but yeah, I don't think in a normal team with Mulan before I've gotten that high of a number. So, yup. Okay, I have no idea what this team's DPS clock's at either, by the way. This could be an interesting one against the new boss, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't hit 140k. that would surprise me a little bit. Okay, I successfully didn't get a single vape there, but I thought I would kill it. Alright, there we go. What's your Mualani build? I showed it a little bit ago. If you want to rerun the stream. But it's like 70 crit rate. It's on the Battle Pass weapon, GC0. Battle Pass weapon, level 9 talents. So, yeah, but this team is... We're testing C2 Citlali, as by the title. So, Llama C0, Mawika C1. Mawika on instructors, Llama on new artifact set, so lots of EM buffing. Lots of EM buffing. This. Yep. Do this. Alright, do that. Okay. Don't know where the pufferfish went, by the way. I will say, consideration would have maybe been a hindsight. Proto Ember on... Case in point. Proto Ember on Llama, being that Llama's damage does not matter at all in this team. But having an on-demand heal might matter. If I had C1 Llama activate, yeah, clearly. Am I triggering Bloom enough for that to actually heal me for realsies? What am I doing? Whatever. Yeah, Proto Ember with Ino and you burst it every other rotation? Yeah, that makes sense. What am I doing? Okay, I am not thinking about my gameplay at all in this game right now. Fine. I'm not gonna use my burst. It seems a bit silly. Just die, please. Still doing testing stuff? Yep, and that's all I'll be doing to finish out the stream. Okay. Bap. Okay, bap. You know what, I should probably have tried to burst there. I bet I could burst and potentially kill this thing in one go. Is gonna kill? Yep, it did. That was a little bit of risk I took to get that leap. That was probably not worth it. I think I'm gonna miss the... Yep, whoopsies, that was a mistake. It's fine. I mean, is it fine? Maybe not. Probably not, but you know. Whatever. That's the risk you take when going for the leaf buff. I almost died. This is very big Mualani damage. Like this will be a team I would consider using for Stygian for sure. Like if I had this for the turtle last time, I would have considered it for turtle. Although it might have been a little awkward for turtle. It might do because no, burning is really bad for the turtle, wasn't it? I don't know. The turtle was cringe. Hope we never see it again. I don't burst in Citlali even. Yeah, I guess that's true. Maybe it doesn't even make sense to burst in Citlali. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Really? Okay, well, that was not worth the wait for. Goodbye. Alright. Worst boss in Stygian? I think it was the turtle. I did not enjoy it. Alright, 110 HP Mualani. Okay. Let's go. No taking damage allowed. Right. Okay, habit, whatever, at this point. Oh, freaking goddamn, it avoided my whatever. This is a stupid boss. Whatever. Alright, almost 1,000,000 damage on burst, nice. Okay, I don't know if that is gonna last, but alright. This. It's a really strong Mualani. That's kind of crazy that I feel like, yeah, I just feel like that's just better than using Shalonen for me. And I have C2 Shalonen too, so as far as like comparing C2s versus C2s. So yeah, that is probably a Stygian capable team. Probably, maybe. I don't know, it depends on the boss mechanics, yada yada. Like I don't know if that team is relevant for the next Stygian. Wait, no, I think it can work for the next Stygian, if need be, because it technically has Bloom, so you can use it to go through the whatever, right? So, I think now you can get the R5 of the event weapon, by the way, which is nice. It is for the Drake. Is it? I don't know how its resistance mechanics work, so maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I guess that's true if I do accept using Muika Burst. It's a little bit less of a dual DPS team with Muika on instructors, probably. I think I'm gonna leave her on instructors for now, by the way, because I think it's funny. I don't need her on. I'm not really using her right now for much I care about, so she can stay on that. Wait, whose artifacts did she steal? She stole some instructor pieces for some people, didn't she? She stole Chung Yun's. Okay, that's fine, I think. Yeah, I think she just stole Chung Yun. That's fine. Okay, put you back, though. That was the same. But yeah, there's a very strong team, to say the least. So yeah, I don't, and yeah, C1 Llama might actually help there, funnily enough. So hey. Well, I don't know. How many times was I actually triggering a Bloom? Like I saw that I had stacks up on the Verdant Dew, so theoretically, I should be able to have healing. So that's cool. Anyways, a bit of a high investment bullshit team, but at the same time, that team also should work pretty well with like a C0 Shalonen or a Sucrose even maybe. Sucro's VV uptime would be a little bit sus though, but I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting how good of a support Llama can be. I think is really what that was for Mualani. And it's not too awkward to make use of Muika there, even with C. If I didn't have C1 Muika, right, it would just be E on Muika. Wouldn't have to do what I was doing there. I don't think. And normally you would burst on Muika, of course, but. No. But no. So yeah, I'm very much liking Llama C1. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's like this is often the case with these constellations that are like low value but like nice. Like I would consider like in many ways I kind of like Shalonen C1 more than Shalonen C2. To be clear, on a combat level, obviously this has more value, but just the tiny bit of interruption resistance that you sometimes get in a combat level is quite nice to have, and I almost notice that more. There's definitely been instances where I'm like, oh, that should have interrupted me, but it was Shalonen C2 or Shalonen C1 saving me. And then I don't know, a big part of the value of Shalonen is definitely her or climb in and whatever in the overworld, and that's really nice to have. So yeah. If I could get my wishes refunded for C2, I would refund them without question for this. But I probably would keep this. So, yeah. I don't know. That's kind of my guess is what the vibe of this will be like, although not for exploration because her exploration ability is kind of garbage. But yeah, anywho's. Song of Days Past on Llama. Oh, let's see one. That'd be okay. Yeah. Yeah. Lanyan leaked on Nefer banner. I thought she was just leaked to be in the patch in general. There's a very, very good chance she's on Arlecchino banner with second half. I really, really, really hope Lanyan is on first half because I'd much rather, because I want Nefer anyways. I'm interested in her. I don't know if she'll be my favorite character or anything, but I am interested in getting Nefer. In getting. Was that the right? Whatever. My brain. I need to go. I'm making my friends wait. I'm sorry. Anyways, so I'm interested in getting Never anyway. So I would really, really love if we got Lanya on Never banner. But she has higher synergy with Arlecchino, so it would make sense if they ran her on Arlecchino banner. It makes a lot more sense, I would say. A C4 Lanyan though, and considering though that like Nefer has lack of defensive utility options, even if VV buff is doing almost nothing for Nefer teams, you know, just Lanyan being able to press E, give shield, and fit in short rotation times, right? Which Nefer has some reason to do, is potentially meaningful. So that's one thing that's meaningful. Like if you're doing 20-second rotations, Lanyan shield uptime feels kind of, but if you're doing 15-second, 16-second rotations, Lanyan shield uptime, cool. So I don't know. Like, I don't want to do a command. Let me use /J. That's funny that Twitch doesn't let you do /J. So yeah, I hope so. And C4 Lanyan would increase Nefer DPS if you burst on her. And maybe grouping is necessary for Nefer. So I don't know. I'm down with continuing the cope that Lanyan's on Nefer banner. I will be such a happy, happy boy. You'll see a YouTube community post like all capital letters, Lanyan's on Nefer banner. I'll be so happy about it if that's the case. But it's kind of a cope hope. It's a cope hope. Will I get Flynn's? Probably not, because I plan to go hard into Flynn's on polearms only, and I think the enjoyment on playing Flynn's I will get on polearms only. I will enjoy equivalently there as I would on my main account. To be clear, if I can't clear dire difficulty in my main account, Flynn's is what would probably let me clear dire difficulty, but I don't want to have another unit to invest into. And amusingly, because of the fact that I have C6 Yelan, and the fact that I don't want to have another unit to invest resources into, and the fact that Masterless Tuna would give me value in putting it into something else, some other unit, I think it makes more sense for me to wish for Ino on Yelan banner in my case. Sorry. So no, I'm not getting points on my main account. I'm planning to wish for C2 Ino at minimum. We'll see what happens from there. I should really be saving my resources for that banner, by the way, but I'm being stupid and trying to see if I can get another Dia on this banner. We're going to pity at least. We'll see what happens. But yeah, might do streams later this week. Actually doing that, trying to finish the grind on that. Obviously, I didn't do much Archon questing. I did A quest anyway, but just not much Archon questing. Oh well. Anyways, let's end the stream. The moment I get, unless it's an artifact I need to level. The moment I see the artifacts from this, the stream ends. I'm not raiding anyone because I'm making my friends wait. Well, actually, maybe I will raid someone. Oh wait, I am not making my friends wait. Never mind. They said ETA is 30 minutes, and that's been over 30 minutes. But they're not... There's no new messages. Okay. Well. We will raid someone then. So, anywho's. Yeah, Nefer... I should really stop wishing with Nefer and Lanyan planning for the future. I should really stop wishing, but... Man, I really would like to just get level 100D and have that be done done with. Also, why is the Crunchyroll icon on this screen, by the way? I know it's it's like the Welkin moon reflection or something, but it does look a little bit like the Crunchyroll icon when it's reflected. I should stop wishing about level 95 Aoife YOLO. Yep, that's me with Dia. Oops. Like, I'll be able to get it regardless in the future. I should really stop, but like, me want now. Did I miss all my vaporizer for some reason? I feel like normally maybe it was the, I don't know, whatever. Doesn't really matter, it's farming. No, don't use that. Well, maybe I should, but eh. Wow. Alright, bye YouTube.